Sure. Did you know that Nürburgring is a pretty unique racetrack because it features a mix of high-speed corners and a long straight that makes it perfect for those daring overtakes? It's like a playground for drivers who love to go fast and show off their skill. Plus, it's nestled in a scenic area, so you can imagine the cars racing with a beautiful backdrop, like a race out of a postcard. Alright folks, the clock's ticking down, and the last chance to pick your favorite car is slipping away. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck watching whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up and choose wisely. Wow! With 832 races under their belt, and a win rate of around 6.5%, Maya definitely has some serious experience. They're ranked 11th, so they've clearly been around the block a few times. Bees McGee, on the other hand, is pretty much a mystery, so I'd say Maya is probably the safer bet, unless Bees McGee is hiding some secret talent. But hey, racing is unpredictable, so anything can happen. Stay tuned, this could get interesting. Hey neighbor, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could make it again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at Nürburgring, and in GT the Dreamkeeper is on pole, piloting a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7R. Let's see if that pole position holds up, or if the competition catches up quick. IPR Dope is leading the race, holding a solid first place. The Dreamkeeper is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Ren Kaori is in third, not far off, but already a bit behind the top two. Ren Kaori and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for second place. Amy and Rana Rampage are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Basket and Fee is climbing steadily, now in 10th. Henfatig is driving a 2016 Porsche 911 GT3R. They're currently in 15th place, so the race isn't exactly a smooth ride for them. Popcorn Slayer is in 8th place driving a 2011 Ferrari 458 GT3. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is closing in on Ren Kaori. Looks like a battle for the podium is heating up. Henfatig and Hot Bolognese are nose to tail for the 13th spot. No room for mistakes there. Ronnie Rampage is feeling the heat from Amy. Now just a second behind. Wolf of Echo is climbing steadily, now in 14th place. Raineki Yustova took Supaseki, and now they are nose to tail for 10th place. This is getting spicy with both pushing hard. Frankenbalz and Supaseki are nose to nose for 11th place. Hot Bolognese is chipping away at Frankenbalz's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Amy is currently in 6th place with a 2020 Chevrolet Corvette C8R. Looks like she's holding steady, but not gaining much ground. Popcorn Slayer is driving a 2011 Ferrari 458 GT3. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding their own in the GT3 class, but still have some ground to make up. The Dreamkeeper is really having a rough time, dropping to 14. Rin Kaori is climbing steadily to 2nd. I am inching up to 3rd. Looks like a tight battle for the podium. Frankenbalz is driving a 2016 BMW M6 GT3, and they're currently in the 10th place. Their lap time is pretty solid at 1 minute, 31.783 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own in the midfield. Basket and Fee is climbing up to 7th place. Hot Bolognese is now in 12th. Looks like Basket and Fee is on the move. Popcorn Slayer is driving a 2011 Ferrari 458 GT3. They're currently in 8th place, with a fastest lap of 1:32.179. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Wolf of Echo is driving a 2011 McLaren MP 4-12C GT3. They are currently in 14th place and have a lap time of 1 minute 31 seconds and 39 milliseconds. Their race looks steady but not quite fast enough to move up significantly. Maya is currently in 3rd place with her BMW M6 GTL. She's got the 3rd fastest lap of the race, so she's pushing hard but still behind the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Maya is currently in 3rd place driving a 2016 BMW M6 GTL. Her fastest lap is a quick one, 29.041. Looks like she's making some solid moves and staying competitive. Ren Kaori and Aprido are nose to nose at the front. The Dreamkeeper is cutting down Wolf of Eco's lead by nearly 2 seconds. Well, look at that APTR dope taking the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice win! Wow, Ren Kaori really drove that car straight to victory. Congratulations. That was an impressive win. Well deserved. And big news for the drivers still in the game. Maya, you've earned yourself a 2016 BMW M6 GTLM. Time to get ready to claim that beauty. Who's next to step up and grab a car? Sure. Did you know that Sonoma Raceway is famous for its winding, hilly layout that makes it feel more like a roller coaster than a racetrack? It's got those tricky turns and elevation changes that really keep the drivers on their toes. It's like navigating a scenic mountain road, but with much higher speeds and way more tires screeching. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is on, and you don't want to miss out on the action. Hurry up, and make your choice before it's too late. Hey Amundsen, great to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Grab your virtual popcorn and enjoy the show. This is quite the matchup. Wafflingotters is behind a 2005 Alfa Romeo Brera, which is a stylish but somewhat charmingly unpredictable car. The Alfa's got some character but might struggle with consistency on a track like Sonoma Indy. On the other hand, Ford Afro's in a 2017 Ford Focus R, a car known for its agility and turbocharged power, which could give it a significant edge around those twists and turns. Given the car choices, I'd put my chips on Ford Afro to take the lead early and hold on with that quick, nimble setup. But hey, Wafflingotters might surprise us with some daring moves if the Alfa's vintage charm kicks in. Still, I'd say the Focus will probably focus more on winning this race. Alright everyone, it looks like the combined slow cars are off to a start, with a classic 1967 Alfa Romeo 33 Stradale leading the pack from pole position. Let's see if that vintage charm can outpace the modern machines. Georgi Numericals has shot off the line to take the lead. Connor Malady is holding strong in second place, while Indigo PT is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Naiba is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to grab third place. Indigo PT is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to second. Marta Kobleich and Amy are nose to nose, battling fiercely for 6th. Unknown Tactics is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 16. Aminsan is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 23rd. La Croissant 1980 is inching forward, gaining 1 position to sit in 4th. Waffling Godders is climbing up to 7th place. Grandelive is now 8th. Unknown Tactics has advanced to 15th. The race is heating up. Grandelive is making a move, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aminsan is on a roll, jumping 6 spots to 16. Naiba is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Connor Malady and Grandelive are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Unknown Tactics is climbing fast, now in 12th. Aceroni is also on the move, up to 19th. Grandelive is gaining on La Croissant 1980, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Amy is closing in on Connor Malady, reducing the distance by 2.6 seconds. I am moving up 1 spot to take the 12th place. Forty Afro is on the move, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bilhai is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 23rd. Akvati is having a tough time, dropping 7 positions to 29th. Amy just gained a spot to take 7th place. Forty Afro and Amy are nose-to-nose for 7th. Shalesy is climbing up to 8th place. Connor Malady is closing in on La Croissant 1980 fast. Just 8.8 seconds behind now. Grandelive has climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Forty Afro has also moved up 1 spot into 7. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 4th place. Forty Afro is now in 6th. Shalesy has moved up to 8th. Forty Afro is narrowing the gap to Indigopit by 2 seconds. Shalesy just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Unknown Tactics also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Aminsan is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 8th. Forty Afro is chipping away at Indigo Pete's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. And Maya is making progress, moving up 1 spot to 12th. Aminsan is sneaking closer to Shalesy, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Unknown Tactics is climbing up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Unknown Tactics and Connor Malady are locked in a close fight for 9th. Grandelive is closing in on Naibe, cutting the gap to just a second. Shalesy is gaining on Forty Afro, closing the distance by over a second. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to 9th place, making moves through the pack. The Betty White Show is charging through the field, now in 13th place after 3 quick overtakes. Aminsan is climbing nicely, up 2 spots to 6. Forty Afro and Aminsan are nose to tail for 6. Looks like a battle is brewing. Forty Afro just overtook 2 cars to move into 5th place. Indigo Peta and Forty Afro are nose to nose for 5th. Chelsea and Amundsen are battling hard for 7th. Wow, Geoghegan Numericals just took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the real speed demons today. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to Geoghegan Numericals. They really took the checkered flag in style. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amundsen, you did the most overtaking out there. You've earned yourself the 1967 Alfa Romeo 33 Stradale. Way to race smart and fast. Alright, the 1971 Ferrari 512M is quite the classic racer. Did you know it was basically an upgraded version of the 512s, designed to meet new homologation rules? It's like Ferrari's way of saying, hey, we can make our cars even faster and more stylish. Plus, it only had a brief stint racing in the World Endurance Championship, making it a pretty rare beauty today. If this car were a person, it'd be that cool, slightly mysterious uncle who always has the best stories. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down faster than a sports car hitting top speed. Get those choices in before it's too late. Alright, we've got Singoshi in a classic 1970 Ferrari 512S Code Lunga, and Naibi in a standard 1970 Ferrari 512S. Both are pretty legendary. But the Code Lunga version is known for its longer body, and possibly better stability at high speeds. Though, I'd say Singoshi might have a slight edge in terms of handling, especially on a track like Magny Course. But hey, with both being Ferraris from the same year, it's going to be a close one. I'm placing my bets on Singoshi, but don't be surprised if Naibi surprises us. Alright folks, The race has just kicked off at Magny-Cours, and Amy is leading the pack in a 1971 Porsche 91720. She's starting on pole, so she's got a good chance to stay ahead, but you never know with these AI drivers. Let's see if anyone can catch her. Amy is leading the race right now, with Pace CR in second and Marty Freeze holding third. The pack is just settling in, so expect some early moves soon. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap. Marty Freeze is right behind, both fighting hard for that spot. Singoshi and Wei Fuana are also nose to tail for fifth place. Beats with Kef is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. Singoshi just nudged into 5th. Naiba also gained 1 spot, now 6th. The race is heating up. Marty Freeze is now in 3rd place and closing in on the leaders. Maya is staying right on his tail, making it a fun little duel. Rusagod Gumming has gained a spot and is now in 14th, slowly climbing the grid. Sofik is driving a 1977 BMW 320e 21 Turbo, currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Excepcion is driving a 1978 Ferrari 512 BBL, currently in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Shoebox TV is driving a Group 5 BMW 320e 21 Turbo Dog. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid middle of the pack run so far. Amy is leading the race in a 1971 Porsche 91720. Looks like they're comfortably ahead with no immediate threats. The prototypes are clearly faster and dominating the front, while the Group 5 cars are stuck in the mid to back. Magny-Cours favors prototypes with its technical corners, giving them an edge over the heavier Group 5s. Marty Freeze is driving a Porsche 917 LH, a classic race car known for its speed and agility. They are currently in 3rd place, holding a steady position but not quite challenging the leaders yet. The race seems to be pretty stable for them so far. Naiba is currently in 7th place, driving a 1970 Ferrari 512S. Their race looks steady, but not quite at the front, probably waiting for an opportunity to overtake or defend. Waifuan is in 5th place, driving a Porsche 917K. Looks like she's holding her position pretty steady. No major moves yet. Saman is driving a 1978 Ferrari 512 BBLM in the Group 5 class Stodaki. They are currently in 9th place, but their fastest lap time is not available, so it looks like they might be struggling a bit or just haven't set a quick lap yet. Rosé Goldgumming is driving a 1978 Ferrari 512B BLM. They're currently in 15th place, a bit behind the leaders, but their lap time suggests they're holding steady without much drama. Basedness Artru is climbing one spot to take the 14th position. Rosie Godgaming is right behind, making it a tight fight for that same spot. Amy is leading the race with a Porsche 91720 and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace at the front. Excepcion is driving a 1978 Ferrari 512 BBLM, a classic Group 5 beast. They're currently in 10th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone else. Guess the others were just running in circles. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy really pulled off the victory. Congratulations on that win, you did an amazing job out there. And with the fastest lap, you've got your eye on that sleek 1971 Porsche 91720. Nice choice. Looks like you're destined for some serious speed and style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering stability, because the Bud International Circuit has some quite tricky turns and high-speed chicanes. Acceleration is important too, but if the car can't stick to the track through those curves, all the speed in the world won't help. Braking capability also plays a role to make sure you can attack the corners confidently without losing control. So in short, a balanced mix of agility, grip, and reliable braking would be the ideal combination here. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered beast takes the crown. Hurry up and choose wisely. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. The Shelby GT 350 is known for its muscle and raw power, but it's a bit more vintage, and maybe not as nimble as the Ferrari. The Ferrari 275 GT BC is a real beauty, and has that sleek Italian design, along with some serious racing pedigree from back in the day. Considering the Bud International Circuit's mix of straights and turns, I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge in agility and cornering. But if the Shelby can use its raw muscle to push hard on the straights, it could give the Ferrari a run for its money. Honestly, this one's too close to call. But if I had to pick, I might lean toward the Ferrari for its finesse and speed around corners. What about you? Alright everyone, we're kicking things off at Boot International Circuit with Group 3's Naibi on pole. Piloting a classic 1959, Austin Healey, 3000. Mark Wonnen. Expect some vintage charm mixed with modern racing chaos. Axton Hits has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Naibi is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is in third, not far off the pace. The race is already heating up. Alex Has No Brain is on a tear, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Ovidus is also making moves, jumping 4 spots to 6th. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is gaining ground, moving up 1 to 2nd. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is right behind Axton Hits now, closing the gap by over a second. They are battling for the lead, nose to tail. Alex Has No Brain has gained 1 position and is now in 3rd place. Kick-Ass Lady X3 just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Ovidus is now in 4th, inching closer to the top. Mission Man has also moved up 1 spot, sitting in 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Alex Has No Brain is closing in on Axton Hits, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Yasnin 96 has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Maya is also climbing 1 spot to 9th place. Lil Sprout is gaining on. Amy, now just a second behind. Aethaplasm has climbed 1 spot to 15. Singoshi and Aethaplasm are nose to nose for 15. Mission Man is climbing up to 4th place. King Malcolm X is making a move to 15th. Tangodaki TTV is advancing to 17th. Aethaplasm is driving a 1970 Abar 1000 TCR. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Alex Has No Brain and is climbing up to 2nd place. Axton Hits and Alex are neck and neck for 2nd. Yasnin 196 and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for 5th. Mission Man is climbing to 3rd place. Yasnin 196 is now in 5th after gaining 1 spot. King Malcolm X is closing in on Cherylman Zerosis, cutting the gap by over a second. Mission Man is now in 2nd place, climbing up 1 spot. Yasnin 196 has also gained 1 position, now in 4th. Axton Hits and Yasnin 196 are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Ovidus is climbing up to 5th place. Your Instinct is chipping away at Axton Hits' lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Malcolm X and Cheryl Mizurosis are nose to nose for 14. King Malcolm X just gained 1 spot to reach 14. Aethaplasm is narrowing the gap to Singoshi by 1.3 seconds. Your Instinct is closing in on Axton Hits. The gap is shrinking fast. Aethaplasm has moved up 1 spot to 16th place. Singoshi and Aethaplasm are nose to nose for that 16th spot. Marty Freeze is driving a 1964 Porsche 356C. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying out of trouble. Mission Man is holding a slight edge over Kikaslady X3, but with only one lap to go, anything can happen. Both are in Group 3 cars, so it's all about who keeps it clean and fast. Tango Ducky JTV is driving a 1967 Abarth 1000 Berliner Corsa .1. Their race seems to be stuck in the middle of the pack, currently in 15th place, with no recorded lap time yet. The track seems to favor the faster Group 3 cars, with the top two drivers leading comfortably. The slower Group 1 cars are struggling to keep up, and the tight corners might be making overtakes tricky for the older models. King Malcolm X is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia T.I. Supertart. He's currently in the 8th place and has a decent pace, but he's a bit behind the leaders. Looks like he's trying to catch up. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older cars with better handling, helping the front runners maintain their positions. The faster lap times are mostly from cars with more agility. Bobardo is racing a 1963 Lancia Fulvia, a classic Italian beauty known for sharp handling. He's currently in the 12th place, a bit behind the leaders, but his lap time suggests he's not giving up yet. Aethaplasm just moved up one spot to 15th place. Cheryl Nancy Roses and Aethaplasm are nose-to-nose for 15th. Tangaducky TTV is closing in on Edsos 21, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Yasnin 196 is gaining on Alex Hasnabrain, closing the gap to just under 3 seconds. Amy is closing in on me, reducing the distance to a little over a second. Edsos 21 has moved up one spot to take the 17th position. Wow! Mission Man just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Mission Man pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving. Looks like all that virtual racing speed really paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Autodromo di Franciacorta short track is actually known for its surprisingly tight and technical corners? It's kind of like the racetrack equivalent of trying to do a dance in a phone booth. Perfect for AI racers to show off their skills in squeezing through the narrow spaces. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and the moment of truth is almost here. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in before the race begins. Don't want to miss out on your chance to see which one comes out on top. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Smarty, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back for the thrill of these AI cars racing. Get ready for some high-speed fun, and probably some surprising turns. Sit tight and enjoy the race. Alright, so we've got a 2009 concept Funio 4 RC versus a 2010 Global GT Light. The Funio is a tiny, agile little beast, probably designed for quick, nimble maneuvers. The Global GT Light sounds like it might have a bit more power, but maybe not quite as sharp in the corners. My gut tells me that the Funio's lighter and more responsive nature could give it an edge on this twisty track. But then again, if the Global GT Light has a decent engine, it might pull ahead on the straights. Honestly, I'd say the Funio has a slight advantage because of its size and agility. But this is where the race gets fun. Anything can happen. Who do you think has the upper hand? Alright folks, the race kicks off at the beautiful Autodromo di Franciacorta short track. And looks like someone's got pole position in the ultralights class, driving a 2009 Euro Concept Funio 4 RC classic choice for a starter. The race kicks off with someone leading the pack, Naide holding a solid second, and Hickory Hamsam right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Chosenskos just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Smart A and Maya are still neck and neck for 7th. Zenyahima and Zachary TV are battling hard for 15th. Zenyahima is climbing up to 15th place. TD61 is catching up to 19th place. Both making some moves today. Amy is driving a 1996 Osella PA 21 Honda. Currently in 10th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any moves yet. Hikori Hamzam is in 3rd place with a Norma M20 FC. Looks like they're holding steady and trying to chase down the leaders. No sign of trouble so far. Someone is holding a slight lead, but Naibi is right behind and could pounce if someone makes a mistake. Still early, but the battle is shaping up nicely. Gravy Graves is driving a Palmer Jaguar JP1 from 2003. Their race looks like a quiet cruise so far, stuck in the 9th place with no lap times recorded. Official Classe Live is in 13th place with a Hyundai Elantra. Their race seems steady but not spectacular, still hanging around the middle of the pack. Lucky Bird is driving a 2014 Abarth 500 Assetto course. They're currently in 11th place, just ahead of the pack, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Zachary TV is driving a 2014 Abarth 500 Assetto course and is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is just under a minute, so they're holding a decent pace but still trying to catch up. Buccizzero is driving a 2012 Mini Cooper Challenge. They're currently in the 12th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The ultralights are showing dominance with faster lap times and clear lead, while the TCE class is more spread out and slower overall. The short track favors nimbleness and quick handling, which the ultralights seem to excel at. Naibe is closing in on a car, cutting the gap by 1 second. Senyahima is climbing 1 spot to 14. Zachariah TV is also moving up 1 spot to 15. Frankenbelt is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 17. Naibe is closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Haima is just snuck into 16, making moves. Naibe is closing in on the car ahead, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Bilius has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Lithocarp has also gained 1 spot, now in 18th. Naibe is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Smart A has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Amy and Gravy Graves are locked in a fierce duel for 9th place. Awilderino is gaining ground on Chozin's coast, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Smart A is hot on Awilderino's tail, chipping away at the distance by 1.5 seconds. Well, look at that. Someone just crossed the finish line first. Congratulations on the win, champion! Wow, look at that! Congratulations to the winner of the race. You just sped past everyone like they were standing still. Great job! The 1970 Porsche 917K is famous for its incredible speed and dominance in racing history. Fun fact, it was so fast and agile that it helped Porsche secure their first overall victory at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That car really knew how to make an impression on both the track and history books. Alright, this is a classic showdown. King Groot is behind the wheel of a 1969 Lola T70 Mark O'Neill, a legendary car known for its agility and racing pedigree. Meanwhile, Amy is piloting a 1967 Ford GT40 MK, which is famous for its speed and historical significance in racing. Knowing cars like these, it's a tough call. The Lola 70 is a nimble beast perfect for tricky corners, but the Ford GT40 has that raw straight-line power. I'd say this race is going to come down to who manages the corners better versus who gets the most out of their car on the straights. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd lean slightly towards the Ford GT40 because of its proven track record on fast circuits. But the Lola 70 isn't far behind it in terms of pure racing soul. Either way, expect a tight race. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Kyalami Vintage with King Groot on pole in a classic 1969 Lola T70 Mark O'Neill. This is gonna be a blast from the past. King Groot has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Amy is right behind in second, and Yama Priest is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Samun and Yama Priest are nose-to-nose for third place. Jackson Daybox and Brando Buster are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Smart A just overtook one car to climb to 7th. Smart A and Jackson Daybox are now battling for 6th. So expect some fireworks there. Samun is climbing to third place. Jackson Dabox is making a move to 5th. Captain Trippy is charging up to 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. NRS Savage is climbing up to 20. And now battling Meg's Boring Life for that spot. Apex Milkbag and Ice are nose-to-nose for 22. No one's giving an inch. Alex Hasnobrain is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette C3, a classic American muscle car. They're currently in 15th place, so not quite the front-runner but still in the mix. Samun is climbing to 2nd place. Smart A is inching closer to 6th. Naiba is also making moves, now 7th. Looks like Smart E and Naiba are about to have a showdown for 6th. Wuxi B is now in 15th place, climbing 1 spot. Arayu Serial also moved up 1 spot to 17. Imus Gordon and Arayu Serial are nose to nose for 17th place. Magical Bleich is now in 11th place, closing in on Maya Dortda. Bufinina team climbs to 23rd. The race is heating up. Alex Asnobrain is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette C3. They're currently in 15th place, so not quite the front runner, but still hanging in there. Yama Priest and Amy are neck and neck for 3rd place. Smart E and Jacinda Box are trading paint for 5th. Joey Pastrami and Brando Buster are nose to tail for 8th. Yama Priest is now in 3rd place. Joey Pastrami has climbed to 8th. Maria Koblech is in 11th. Hi. Brando Buster and Joey Pastrami are nose to nose for 8th place. Mr. Roche is inching up to 17th, making moves. Imus Gordon and Mr. Roche are locked in a close fight for 18th. Buninet Teen is gaining on ice, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Pei CAR is climbing up 1 spot to 24th. Naiba is driving a 1970 Porsche 917K, a classic racing car known for its speed and agility. Their race looks steady but not spectacular, currently in 7th place with a decent lap time. Smart A and Jacinda Box are neck and neck for 5th place. Brando Buster and Joey Pastrami are locked in a close fight for 8th. Ice is climbing up the field, now in 20th. Jacinda Box and Smart E are nose to tail for 5th place. Smart A just nudged ahead. Captain Trippy is closing in on the top 10, moving up 1 spot. Arayu Serial just overtook someone to move into 17th place. Mr. Roche and Arayu Serial are nose to nose for that same spot. N and Imus Gordon are also fighting hard for 19th. Magical Blake is in 13th, but just set the fastest lap, so he's probably saving some pace for a late push. Well, look at that! Kingwood has taken the crown again. Clearly they're not just racing, they're rewriting the rules of victory. Well done! Wow! Kingwood taking the victory is quite the moment. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. You're definitely earning that celebration. And for Smart E, with the most overtakes, you absolutely deserve that 1970 Porsche 917 LH. That car's a legend, just like your drive during this race. Well done to both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility since Horsma Raceway Full probably has lots of curves and tight turns. Stability at high speeds and quick cornering ability are key to staying competitive here. A car with good grip and nimbleness would likely outperform one that just has raw power, but struggles to navigate the twist smoothly. So, in my opinion, balancing speed with precise control is what matters most for this race. Alright, looks like we're flying blind here, folks. With both drivers racing the same vintage Ferrari, it's going to come down more to skill and luck than anything else. Since we don't have much info about either of them, I say let's just enjoy the chaos and see which driver manages to keep the car on the road the longest. I mean, it's all about who can handle the old school power without turning it into a demolition derby, right? So, who's your money on? Or are we just gonna let the AI decide their fate? Alright folks, the race is underway at Horsma Raceway, and Amy is starting on pole with that classic 1957 Curtis Craft 500B in the iconic classic IndyCar class. Let's see if her vintage ride can keep up in this high-speed showdown. Right at the start, Amy is leading the pack, holding that first place. With 3 out when T5 is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Dijmagishat is in third, hanging tight, but already a bit behind the front runners. Josing's Coast is climbing to 4th place. Zademujiamis is now in 10th. Frankwardy has moved into 12th. Boofy 19 is climbing up to 15th place. Catgirl TM and Smart E are nose-to-nose for 20th. Shekomaru is advancing to 27th. Gamasta Tegama 9000 is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th place. Rekoharu D and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are nose-to-nose for 8th. 2Ps and GM Prime are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Reiko Haru G is climbing to 8th place. 2Ps and the podcast is advancing to 13th. Trifananity 3 and Senior Flip Flop 100 2020 are nose-to-nose for 17th. Girl of Diamond is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Nexiromava is closing in on Chosen's Coast. Just a second apart. Those two are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Two Peas into Podcast is climbing up to 12th place. Maya and the Lightning Thief are nose-to-nose for 23rd. Zademujijamis just gained a spot to 8th place. Master Teganin Thousand Seda Mujijames are nose to nose for 7th. James Misk is climbing up to 10th. Tyler Drums 31 just overtook someone to take 8th place. Reiko Haru G is climbing to 10th. Catgirl TM is narrowing the gap on Justin Gilks, but still has some work to do. Basho Grande is dropping like a stone, now 11 places behind. Chosen's Coast is climbing steadily to 3rd. Neitsiromaval is also on the rise, just 1 spot behind Chosen. Whip 3 out 25 and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Reiko Haru G has climbed to 9th place. Goofy 19 is chipping away at James Misk, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Game Master Tegama 9000 is climbing to 6th place. Tyler Drums 31 is closing in on DJ Magacut, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Bacorn is advancing to 15th place. Justin Ilks is climbing up to 18th place. Naibe is also moving forward to 23rd place. Botgamuning is now in 4th place. Gamasta Tegama 9000 is gaining on Nexa Romaval, closing the gap by over a second. James Misk and GM Prime are locked in a close fight for 13. Gamasta Tegama 9000 is climbing up to 5th place. Jamagishat is closing in on Nexa Romaval, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. James Misk and GM Prime are neck and neck for 13. Two Peas and a Podcast is climbing up to 10th place. Zadi Mujiamis and Two Peas and a Podcast are nose to tail for 10th. James Misk and GM Prime are locked in a close fight for 13. Botgamoning advances to 3rd place. Jamaster Tegame Ranin 1000 climbs to 4th. Nexa Romaval is closing in on Chosen's Coast, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Reiko Haru G is climbing to 8th place. Tranquility is now in 11th. James Misk is closing the gap on Sadamo James, only 1.9 seconds behind. They're battling for 12th. Nexa Romaval is gaining on Chosen's Coast, closing the gap by over a second. James Misk has climbed 1 spot to 12. Bufina 19 has also moved up 1 place to 15. James Misk is closing in on Frankorty with a 1-second gap. Bacorn has climbed 1 spot to 15. Justin Gilks has gained 2 positions and is now in 16. Catgirl TM is in 21st place, just behind Justin Gilks, who is in 16. Not looking great for the bet, but plenty of laps left to make a move. Janechat is now just a second behind Nexaromavol. Tyler Drums 31 and Reiko Haru G are nose to tail for 8th place. Chosen's Coast is climbing to 4th place. Tyler Drums 31 is now in 8th. Tyler Drums 31 and DJ Magacat are nose to nose for 7th. Gamasta Chigama 9000 is charging through the field, and now leads the race. Amy and Jamasta the Gamma 9000 are nose to tail, making it a tight fight for the top spot. Next Romaval is chopping down the distance to Chosing's coast, now just 3.2 seconds behind. Wow, Amy, you must be thrilled to win again. Looks like you're on a roll. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations to Amy for an impressive race. Looks like they dominated the track today. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since a Kutama Sprint is all about tight turns and quick acceleration, a car that can navigate those twists smoothly without losing grip is key. You want something that can carve through the corners without sacrificing too much speed when straightening out. Power is important, but if the car can't handle the curves, it's game over. So, a balanced combo of responsiveness and stability would be my top priority here. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks or forever hold your peace. Let's see which AI cars we're about to witness tear up the track. Oh, this is a fun matchup. The Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4 is a solid car, known for its powerful engine and sporty feel. But the Lotus Evora GX GT4 is all about precision and agility, especially on a track like a Kutama Sprint. If I had to pick, I'd say Celestial Inari with the Lotus might have the edge because of its lighter weight and sharper handling. But Amy's Hyundai definitely has some serious grunt, so it could surprise us if it gets the momentum early on. It's going to be a close one, I can feel it. Let's see how these digital drivers handle the twists and turns. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at a Kutama Sprint, and leading the pack is Simple Markers in a 2013 Ford Mustang Boss 302 GT4. Looks like they got the early jump, so let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Ika 77 has taken an early lead, showing some serious speed. Simple Marcus is right behind in second place, not letting go just yet. And of course I'm holding on to third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Smart E is now in fourth place. Someone is climbing to 6. Trash Crashton is now in 10th. The race is heating up. Amy is holding steady in 8th, while Celestial Inari is right behind in 9th. Looks like a close battle for now, but no overtakes yet. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing up to 4th place. Smart E and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are still neck and neck for that spot. Celestial Inari is making a move up to 8th. Smart A is climbing to 4th place. Fish the Husky is gaining on arrival, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Fish the Husky and another driver are locked in a tight fight for 6th place. Icar 77 is leading and setting the pace, but with only 4 laps to go, he better keep pushing or the others might catch up. Fish the Husky just sneaked past someone to take the 6th place. 2 Gonnet DTV and H2 Hova are nose-to-nose for 15th. No change at the front, but the midfield is heating up. The GT4 cars are staying pretty close, showing the class is competitive here. The Subaru Impreza and Hyundai Genesis are a bit off the pace, probably due to their different strengths. The track seems to favor the GT4s with tight corners and quick laps, keeping the top contenders close. Celestial Inari just overtook Amy for 8th place. Juana Baquito is now in 17th. Looks like the race is heating up. Zerkamingate is holding off Amy by a car length for 9th place. With 3 out 25, and Geo Gyna Miracles are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Celestial Inari is closing in on Fish the Husky, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is under pressure as someone is closing in by 1 second. Celestial Inari is climbing up to 7th place. Nyarlathotep 98 and H2 Hova are locked in a close fight for 17th. Icar 77 is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like they're in control unless someone surprises us. The tight corners seem to favor the quicker GT4 cars, especially with Icar 77 leading comfortably. The Subaru Impreza is struggling with the track layout, dropping back. Overall, the track's demanding nature is keeping the pack close but favoring precision over raw speed. Someone just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Celestial Inari is chopping down the distance to Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios by a second. Point 2. Fish the Husky is gaining on Celestial Inari, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. 2 Gonnet DTV has climbed 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Celestial Inari is gaining on Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios, closing the gap by over a second. Geo Miracles has climbed 1 spot to 14. Juana Baquito is closing in on Tug on at DTV, reducing the distance by a second. Maya's Porsche is currently in 3rd place and has the fastest lap time among GT4s. Looks like she's pushing hard but still has some ground to catch the leaders. Wow, a car 77 just took the top spot. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Well done. Wow, Acre 77 really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on winning the race. You drove like a pro. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Interlomas has a lot of sharp turns and technical sections, so a car that can navigate those twists smoothly without sacrificing speed would be ideal. Power is nice, but if the car can't stay planted and maneuver well through those corners, it's going to lose precious seconds. Balance and control are definitely the keys here. Alright everyone, you better hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. Don't let your shot at domination slip away. Get those choices in now before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Amy in a 1997 Acura SXS CCA, a car known for its reliability and balanced handling. On the other, Evolution 954 in a 1996 Lamborghini Diablo Yota, which is all about raw power and aggressive styling. The Acura might have the edge in technical corners and finesse, but the Diablo's horsepower could absolutely dominate straightaways. It really comes down to the track layout and how much the drivers can leverage their car's strengths. If we're a race on a twisty circuit, I'd give the edge to Amy for her car's nimbleness. But on a straight-line sprint or a track that favors high top speeds, Evolution 154's Lamborghini might just leave everyone in the dust. Who do I think will win? Tough call, but I'm leaning towards the Diablo for its pure speed. That said, Amy's Acura could surprise us if she's got some slick driving tricks up her sleeve. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Interlomas, and pulling an early lead is Bleach Map C in the 1998 Mercedes-Benz CL KGRG T1. Looks like they're trying to set the tone for this race. Bleach Map C has shot to the front right at the start. Justin is holding strong in second place, and the Lightning Thief is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Smart A is climbing fast into second place. Amy is also making moves, now in 6th. Evolution 954 and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Radizero Vixen advances to 7th place. Maya climbs to 9th place. Wanabikido and Maya are neck and neck for 9th. Evolution 954 is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. Radizero Active Vixen and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for 7th. Someone is advancing 1 spot to 12th. Dragu is climbing up to 10th place. Wanabikido and Fragote are battling for 10th. Zotsfired is advancing to 16th. Zotsfired and Frogsworth are fighting for 15th. Wanabikido is climbing up to 10th place. Aussie Idwu 2 is making a move to 16th. Looks like some steady progress. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the more nimble cars like the Lotus Elise and the Alfa Romeo 155 to tie. The bigger cars might struggle with overtakes here. Someone just gained 1 spot to take the 11th place. Dragu and someone are nose to nose for the 11th spot. Frogsworth is also climbing up 1 position to land in 14th. Evolution 954 is driving a Lamborghini Diablo Jota, a beast known for its raw power and aggressive design. Looks like they're holding steady in 7th, but the lap time suggests they're not quite matching the pace of the front runners. The tight corners at Interlomas are favoring the more agile cars like the Lotus Elise and the Mercedes 190e Evo 2, while the bigger G-twins are struggling to keep up. The Lightning Thief just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Just Jeanette and the Lightning Thief are still neck and neck for 3rd. Evolution 9. Emergman 54 is closing in on Wenitsi Tapsum Bunk 6, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. The Lightning Thief is driving a Ferrari 288 GTO Evoluzione, a classic that's holding steady in 3rd place. Looks like they're hanging on, but the gap to the leader is widening. Radioactiva Vixen is closing in on Amy, and has cut the gap by over 1 second. Zotsfired is climbing up to 16th place, making a move. Smaria has just taken the lead, moving up to 1st place. Justanet has also gained a spot, now in 3rd. The Lightning Thief and Justanet Tive are nose to tail, fighting hard for 3rd. Justanet is climbing to 2nd place. The Lightning Thief is now 3rd. Evolution 954 is making a move up to 4th. Bleach Mepsi is dropping back to 15th place. Amy is climbing to 6th place. Radizero Activa Vixen is moving into 7th. Frogsworth is driving a 1994 Mercedes C 180 DTM. They're currently in the 13th place. and have a decent lap time, but still a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Maya advances to 7th place. Zotsfired climbs to 15. Ozzy Wultanen 2 moves into 16th. The race is getting tighter. Exception is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2 in the Retro DTM Class S or. They're currently in the 12th place, just behind some of the others, and their fastest lap is a 19.057. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite making a move forward. Wow. Smarty really took the lead and claimed victory. Yes, all that practice paid off. Wow, Smarty really pulled it off. Congratulations! You definitely earned that victory. And since you made the most overtakes, you get to claim the 1998 Toyota GT1T S020. Nice job. Everyone else, keep your eyes on those spots. Someone might snag a sweet ride next time. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Brno circuit, I'd probably go with the Nissan Skyline GT-RR 33. It's known for its incredible handling and advanced all-wheel drive system, which should give it an edge on that technical and twisty track. Plus, it has a reputation for being a real race-bred machine with a strong turbocharged engine. The others are cool and all, but the Skyline seems like it would really shine around those corners and long straights. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate the AI race. Oh wow, we've got a real throwback showdown here. The 1989 Alfa Romeo SC versus the 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo. Honestly, as much as the Volvo has that rugged, reliable charm, I have a sneaky suspicion the Alfa Romeo might just pull off a surprise. It's lighter, probably more agile, and let's face it, that sleek Italian design might give it an edge on the track. But then again, the Volvo's turbo engine could surprise us all with some unexpected speed. I'm leaning toward the Alfa for the win, but this one's definitely going to be a fun, unpredictable race. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Brno, and Mattheosaurus Rex is starting from pole in a 1988 BMW M5 E34. Looks like a classic crowd favorite heading into the race. Kitten is leading the pack. Mattheosaurus Rex is right behind in second, and Senior Flip Flop Hona 20 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tasty start for the top three. Mattheosaurus Rex and Kitten are neck and neck for the lead. Bjorn Art is climbing fast, now in third place. Bjorn Art and Mattheosaurus Rex are battling hard for second. Frogsworth is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. DID Betsy Rogerts just nudged into 6th. Smarty and Shalesy are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Bjorn Art is now in 2nd place. DC Betsy Rogerts and Frogsworth are both climbing up to 5th and 6th respectively. Looks like the pack is shifting. DKKK Betsy Rogerts is closing in on Senior Flip Flop 100 2020, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Indigo Peta has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. The Gold Nerd and Amy are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Frogsworth is climbing fast into the top 4. Amy and Bacho Grande are nose to nose for 9th place. The Critical Egg and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 13th. Senior Flip Flop 100 and 2020 and Frogsworth are nose to tail for 4th place. The Goldnut just gained 2 spots and is now 9th. The Goldnut and Potsworth are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Mattheosaurus Rex and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for 2nd place. DK Betsy Rogs is climbing to 5th place. Amy is making a move up to 8th place. Mattheosaurus Rex is now in 2nd place. Frogsworth and Bjorn Art are battling hard for 3rd. Senior Flip Flopone Hontu 2020 has gained 1 position and is now in 5th. Bjorn Art is holding off Mattheosaurus Rex by a car length for 2nd place. Amy and Indigo Pete are swapping positions every lap for 7th. The Critical Egg and Potsworth are nose to tail for 10th. No one giving an inch. Bjorn Art is climbing 1 spot to take 2nd place. Mattheosaurus Rex and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for 2nd. Amy is advancing 1 spot to 7th. Bjorn Art is closing in on Kitten. The gap shrinking by 1.1 seconds. DCK Bears has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Amy is also climbing 1 spot to 6th. The Goldnerd is climbing up to 8th place. The Critical Egg has also gained a spot and is now in 9th. Indigo Pete and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for 9th place. The Critical Egg is climbing nicely into the top 10. Indigo Pete is making a move too, creeping up behind. Potsworth is closing in on Senior Flip Flop 100 in 2020, so expect some action there soon. James Mayo is climbing nicely to 14th place. Chiesendashauer is also making moves up to 16th place. Looks like Maya and Chiesendashauer are nose to tail for that 16th spot. Broxworth and Matthew Rex are nose to tail for 3rd place. Senor Flip-Flopona 100 in 2020 and Indigopati are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Smart A is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Broxworth is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Gassator advances to 11th place also by 1 position. James Mayo moves up to 14th place, just 1 spot ahead. DCK Batesy Rogerts is in 7th, and Shalesy is in 9th, so DCKB Zerogers has a slight edge, but not by much. Still plenty of time for Shalesy to make a move. The critical egg is climbing up to 6th place. Amy and the critical egg are nose to nose for that position. Senor Flip-Flopona 2020 is sneaking into the top 10, moving up to 9th. The critical egg is closing in on DCKB Zerogers, cutting the gap by over a second. Cessator is climbing up to 10th place. James Mayo is also moving up, now in 12th. Chiesendashauer is storming through the pack, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th place. James Mayo is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 11. Smart A and Chiesendashauer are nose to tail, fighting for 14th place. Patsorts and Indigo Pete are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Maya just gained 1 position, now sitting in 15th. Smart A and Maya are locked in a close fight for the same position. Matthew Rex and Frogsworth are nose to tail for 3rd place. Maya is climbing fast, now in 13th. Baco Grande is also making moves, now in 16th. Matthew Rex is now in 3rd place. DKK Batesy Rogerts has climbed to 4th. The critical egg is up to 5th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Broxworth is really having a rough time now, sitting in 21st place. DCKK Batesy Rogerts is gaining ground on Matthew Rex, closing the gap by over a second. They are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place, so expect some serious action soon. Wow, Cheruffa Kitten. You really brewed up a storm and poured it all over the competition. Congratulations on your sweet victory. Wow, Coffee Kitten took the victory. Congrats on the win, you must be feeling pretty caffeinated now. That was an impressive race. I'd say you really zoomed past the competition. Looking forward to seeing if you can keep that momentum up in the next race. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Bernese Alps Festival has many twisty mountainous roads that require precise control and agility. A car that can stay glued to the road and handle sharp turns smoothly would have the advantage here. Top speed isn't as crucial as being able to maneuver quickly through those tight curves without losing control. So, a car with excellent suspension and grip would be my top pick for this race. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is about as predictable as a cat trying to do calculus. Since neither of them has a track record, I'd say it's a coin toss. But if I had to pick, I'd go with the one who looks the most confident. So, let's just sit back and enjoy the surprise. Who knows? Maybe one of them will somehow pull off a miracle on those Alps. Alright folks, Maya's got the pole position in this retro DTM race at Bernese Alps. She's cruising in a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV 6IO. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the other cars are going to surprise us. Maya has shot off the line to take the lead. Connor Mality is right behind, trying to keep up. Dory Forge is hanging in there in third, but the real action is just getting started. Iron Cross Wooden Cross is now in fourth place. Smart E and Iron Cross Wooden Cross are nose to nose for that position. Amy has climbed to seventh place. Cobracle and Amy are neck and neck for sixth place. Necrophantasm just nudged into the 14th spot. Nyalathotep 988 is also climbing, now in 16th. Hinchi 2 just overtook someone to take the 12th place. Necrophantasm and Shinriton are nose to nose for 13th. Willow Shrub and Necrophantasm are also fighting for 14. Things are heating up in the middle of the pack. Connor Mality is holding second place in a retro Alfa Romeo 155T IV6. Looks like they're keeping pace well, not making any bold moves but staying solid at the front. Cobracle is holding a slight lead over the Chaotic Weirdo, but with only 2 laps to go, anything can happen. Looks like Cobracle might want to defend that position, or risk losing it to the chaos behind. Cobracle is trying to hold off Amy for 6th place. The Chaotic Weirdo and Amy are still neck and neck for 7th. Story Forge and Connor Malady are nose to nose for second place. Amy is climbing up to 6th, just ahead of the Chaotic Weirdo, who's also eyeing that spot. The Chaotic Weirdo and Amy are now battling for 6th place. Story Forge just overtook someone to move into second place. Maya and Story Forge are nose to nose for the lead. Asha Nerton and Kingchu 22 are battling it out for 12th. Maya is pushing hard to stay ahead of Story Forge. They are neck and neck on the straightaway. Nyarlathotep 98 and Necrophantasm are trading positions in the midfield. Looks like a close fight for 15. Story Forge takes the lead now in first place. Connor Malady and Maya are nose to nose for second. Cobraco advances to 8th place. The narrow alpine roads are probably making overtakes tricky, so staying in front early seems key. Maya is closing in on the second place. Looks like a move is imminent. Willow Shrub and Ashamritan are still neck and neck for the 13th spot. Nyarlathotep 98 and Necrophantasm are giving us a good show for 15th. Connor Malady is now in second place. Willow Shrub has advanced to the 13th position. Ashanritan's Toyota Corolla is holding a solid middle ground in Group N. Their race looks steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders and might need some magic to catch up. T-Beyond is driving a 1991 Renault Clio, and it looks like their race is a bit of a disaster, with the slowest lap time by far. Amy is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. Let's see if he can turn that speed into a position. Smart A is climbing to 4th place. Ashianriton and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for 13th. Nyarlathotep 98 is inching up to 15th. Smart E and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Ashanariton just gained a spot and is now in 13th. Willow Shrub and Ashanariton are also fighting hard for the 13th spot. Wow, Story Forge just took the top spot. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win, you've definitely earned it. Wow! Story Forge really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. You truly deserve it. Okay, now for the lucky drivers who can claim a car. Amy, congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. You get to claim the classic 1994 Mercedes C180 TM. Well done, everyone! Sure. A fun fact about the Group 6 racing cars is that they were known for their incredible speed and agility, especially during the 70s. These cars often looked more like sleek supercars than race cars, and some of them could reach speeds of over 180 miles per hour. It's like they were built to eat up the track and leave the competition in the dust, all while looking absolutely stunning. Okay, we've got a Ginnery in a classic Renault Alpine, a 442B, and Connor Malady in a Porsche 936. This should be interesting because the Alpine is known for its agility and lightweight design, making it a real nimble contender. On the other hand, the Porsche 936 has that legendary endurance racing pedigree, and probably a bit more raw power under the hood. Given that Zolder is a relatively tight track with some tricky corners, I might lean towards Ginnery with the Alpine, since its lighter frame could help navigate the twists and turns better. But don't count out Connor Malady's Porsche, which could use its power advantage to pull ahead on the straights. Honestly, it could go either way, but I'm feeling the Alpine might just squeak out the win if the driver can capitalize on its agility. Let's see how it plays out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Zolder with Belthanathibist leading on pole in a classic 1971 Ferrari 312 Light. Get ready for some vintage speed. Belthanathibist has shot off into the lead. I am holding second place, and Smart E is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Maya and Belthanathibist are nose to tail at the front. Kyosify just overtook someone to grab third place. Kyosify and Maya are trading paint for second. Toadette TV is really having a rough time dropping back to 16. Wolf of Aco is making a nice climb up to 18 after overtaking 3 cars. Its Thera is also on the move, now at 22, after passing 3 more cars. Toadette TV is really having a rough time dropping back to 30. Gamer Boss 72 is climbing up to 8th place. The fight between Gamer Boss 72 and JT Swishman 33 for 7th is getting intense. Toadette TV is closing in on G-Master the Gamer 9000 fast, just 7.8 seconds behind. Serpro 3 has climbed 1 spot into 9th place. Hymise has also moved up 1 spot into 17th. Serpro 3 is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Zero Team Alive has moved up to 22nd position. Wayne Gretzky is in 26th place after gaining 1 spot. Gamerbus 72 just sneaked into 8th place. Looks like they're on the rise. Toadette TV and G-Master the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for 28. Someone's about to get pushed back. Maya and Belthaneth the Beast are nose to tail at the front. Kyosify and Smart E are swapping positions in the fight for third. Egenerite and Smarty are locked in a close duel for fifth. Conormality is closing in on Egenerite, cutting the gap by over a second. Spikles has climbed one spot to 26. Spikles and King Chu 22 are nose to nose for 25th. Uncanny Buddy is driving an Ozella PA9 from 1981. They're currently in the 13th place, so they're making some moves but still have a ways to go. King Groot and Amy are nose to nose for 10th place. Fourth, the Afro and its Sarah Purr are still locked in their close fight for 20th. Wayne Gretzky's inching closer to Toadette TV, closing the gap by a second and a half. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy just slipped into 10th. Forty Afro and Aegis Platinum are both climbing up to 20 and 22. Looks like the race is heating up at the lower end. Spikles has moved up one spot to 25th. King Chu 22 and Spikeballs are battling for 25th place. Wayne Gretzky is closing in on Toadette TV, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Apex Milkbag is closing in on Wayne Gretzky fast, just 8.9 seconds behind now. Serotimiv and Imdust Platinum are neck and neck for 22nd place. King Chu 22 is climbing up one spot to 25th. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the more agile cars like the Renault Alpine and Porsche. The Ferrari drivers are holding steady but might struggle with overtakes here. Egenerite is now in 4th place, climbing one spot. Conormality has moved up to 5th place, also gaining one spot. Nox, Exodus and Kingrut are nose to nose fighting for 11th place. Smart A is climbing nicely into the top 4. Amy is closing in on Pro 3, the gap shrinking by nearly 2 seconds. Nox Exodus is making a move, now in the 11th place. Smart A is driving a Renault Alpine, a 442B from 1977. They're currently in 4th place, just behind the leaders, with a fastest lap of 138.795. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the top two yet. Nox Exodus is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jamasterte 1000 is climbing 2 spots to take 25. Wayne Gretzky is also moving up 2 spots to take 27. Congratulations, Belthaneth Beast. Looks like your beast mode paid off and you took the victory. Well done. Congratulations to Belthanathy Beast on an incredible race. You really showed those cars who's boss. Well done. And to you, Maya, with the fastest lap, you've earned yourself that vintage 1977 Renault Alpine, a 442B. Nice work. Looks like we've got some exciting car claiming going on today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The tight turns and technical sections of Autodromo Riccardo Paletti demand a car that can maneuver precisely and stay glued to the road. Speed is important, but the ability to navigate sharp corners smoothly will really set the top contenders apart. A balance between traction and control would make all the difference here. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1960 Scarab Indy, driven by Amma Priest, sounds like a classic beast, probably agile and quick for its era. But the 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy, driven by Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, has the prestige and legendary status to back it up. Given the historical significance and engineering marvels of the Ferrari, I'd lean towards that car, having the edge on the track. Though, let's not dismiss the Scarab. Sometimes old-school charm can surprise us. My bad. I think the Ferrari will take the win, but don't be surprised if the Scarab puts up a good fight. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti with Flinchy Cug21 on pole in a slick 1957 Curtis Craft 500B Classic Indy cars, ready to stir up some nostalgia and chaos. Buckle up! Flinchy Cug21 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Zademoji James is holding strong in second place. Stephen Brinkley is sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Henfatig is just ahead of Smurf20 in 9th place. Sepp Brandigan has a slight edge over Fivenserogai for 11. Dr. Felix is holding on to 13th with Ashanriton right behind. Connor Malady is now in 5th place, climbing up one spot. Room Spider and T-Boom are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th. Henfatig has gained 1 position and is now in 9th. Henfatig is climbing to 8th place. Wayne Gretzky is now in 17th. Iron Crusser Wooden Cross has moved into 21st. Ivenserogai is climbing to 11th place. Dr. Felix is now 12th. Amy is making her way to 19th. Connor Malady is now in 5th place. Maya has climbed to 6th. T-Bomb is in 7th. The race is heating up. Smart E is on the move, climbing to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Timilev is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to 14. Wayne Ibretsky is making a charge, moving up 3 places to 15. Looks like the top pack is about to get crowded. Iron Cross, a wooden cross, is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy Die. They're currently in the 18th place and seem to be struggling a bit, as they haven't moved up much and are quite behind the leaders. Necrophantasm is driving a 1952 Kuzma Afi. They're currently in the 16th place, so not quite making the headlines but still in the mix. Five and Zero Guy is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy. They're currently in the 11th place and haven't set a fastest lap yet. Looks like a steady race but no real push so far. Stephen Brinkley just climbed to 2nd place. Connor Malady is closing in on Sadamo Jajames, chipping away at the gap. Yama Priest is hot on Amy's tail, both fighting for 20th. Now Pink Wolf is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy. He's currently in the 8th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like he's making steady progress but still has some ground to catch up. Bling Shika 21 is dropping back to 11th place. Stephen Brinkley is climbing to 1st place. Sadimoji James is moving up to 2nd place. Iron Cross, a wooden cross, is closing in on Flinchicott 21 fast, just 5.8 seconds behind now. Event Zero Guy has climbed 1 spot, claiming 8th place. Brandigan also moved up 1 spot, now in 11th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy just overtook 4 cars to move into 16th. And Pink Wolf and Yama Priest are both climbing fast, now in 18th and 19th respectively. Dr. Felix is really having a rough time now, sitting in 16th place. Henfatic is gaining on T-Bomb, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Brandigan just moved up 1 spot into 10th place. Wayne Bretsky better watch out, Amy is closing in fast. Emmer Pink Wolf just jumped 2 spots, now in the 16th position. Yama Priest is climbing up to the 18th spot, making moves. Wayne Ibretsky is climbing nicely into the top 12. Timilev and Necrophantasm are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Congratulations, Stephen Brinkley. Looks like you took the checkered flag at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow, Stephen Brinkley really pulled off an epic victory. Congratulations! You must be feeling pretty good about that win. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11 has a pretty good shot. It's got that perfect blend of speed and handling finesse that suits Snetterton's mix of long straights and tricky corners. Plus, it's got a reputation for being quite the dominant player in its era. The Porsche 962s are also tempting choices with their legendary racing heritage. But I think the Mercedes might just have the edge here. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to do it because the clock is ticking. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine race to glory. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, what a classic showdown we've got here. Indigo Payday with the vintage Lancia LC2 from 1985 versus Calicom Bunny in the Toyota 88 CV from 1988. Both are iconic in their own right, but very different when it comes to racing prowess. The Lancia brings that early Group C racing charm and some serious style points. But the Toyota is no slouch with its own Group C pedigree and perhaps a bit more aerodynamic edge. Honestly, I think the outcome might hinge on how well the AI handles the quirks of these older machines. If the AI can manage the Lancia's quirks and keep it smooth, Indigopati might just pull ahead with its legendary handling. But if the Toyota's torque and more refined aerodynamics come into play, Calicom Bunny could edge out a win. Either way, it's going to be a fun blast from the past. Who do you guys think will take it? Alright folks, the race is underway at Snetterton 300, and the car in the lead is driven by the Fox 84. He's starting on pole with that vintage 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11. Looks like he's bringing some classic racing flair to the grid today. The race kicks off with the Fox 84 leading the pack, followed closely by Mafia Mavi in second place. Amy is holding strong in third, but don't count out anyone just yet. Dude Smokey a Blunt just sliced through the field to grab the lead. The Fox 84 and Dude Smokey a Blunt are nose to tail for the top spot. Blaming Buddha is climbing steadily, now in the top 15. The Fox 84 and Dude Smokey a Blunt are neck and neck for first place. Calicom Bunny and I are locked in a close fight for 7. Its Saror is climbing up to 9th, leaving some racers in the dust. Roger Bear 302 is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 17th place. The Fox 84 is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Mafia Mavi is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to second place. Dude Smokey a Blunt is closing in fast on Pumpkin Flurry now. The gap shrinks by 640 seconds. Aerotech just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Pumpkin Elf Glory and Big Gold Nerd are nose to nose for 19th. Calican Bunny is climbing up to 7th place. Pumpkin Elf Glory is making moves to 19th. Dude's Mokia Blunt is closing the gap on the Gold Nerd by almost 2 seconds. Flaming Buddha is driving a Rondo M379C from 1988. Their race seems to be steady in the middle of the pack with a few spots to gain, but no major moves yet. Mafia V is inching closer to the FOTS 84, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amy is hot on Mafia V's tail, closing in by 3.1 seconds. Looks like we got a tight duel for second place between Amy and Mafia Mavi. Architect is driving a 1982 Rondo M382 in the Group C2 class Ottawa. They are currently in the 13th place, just ahead of the last few cars in their group. Looks like a steady race with room to improve. Ishings is driving a 1982 Lancia LC1. C1. Looks like they're stuck in the pack, hanging around in the lower half. Not much action so far. Calican Bunny is in 7th place driving a Group C Toyota 88CV. Their race seems to be pretty quiet so far with no notable moves or overtakes. Swell Place V is gaining on Architect, closing the gap to just over a second. Fishings and Swell Place DV are nose to nose for 15th place. Dude Smoke Earblunt is on the hunt for Big Gold Nerd, closing in by 2.4 seconds. Mafia Mavi is now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 2nd. Nico Broadcast is in 3rd. The race is heating up. DOS 84 is now in 3rd place. Dude Smokia Blunt is gaining on Big Gold Nerd, closing the gap by over a second. Nico Broadcast just moved up to 3rd place. Calican Bunny and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Indigo Pay is holding a slight lead over Calican Bunny, but with just 1 lap left, it's anyone's game. Both are pushing hard, so expect some fireworks. Congratulations to Tibots 84 for winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Mafia Mavi really drove their way to victory. Congratulations on winning the race, you definitely earned that win. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You get to claim the sleek 1985 Lancia LC 22L. Nice choice, that car's a real beauty. Here's a fun fact for you about the 1958 Maserati 250F. This car was actually a favorite among racing legends like Sterling Moss, who called it one of the most beautiful and enjoyable racing cars to drive. It's like a piece of art that also happens to be incredibly fast, making it a true icon in racing history. Wow! What an interesting matchup. The Ferrari from 1952 is legendary for its style and racing pedigree, but the Maserati from 1958 has that sleek, muscular vibe. It's like watching history go head-to-head on the challenging streets of Macau. I'd say it's going to come down to who handles the tight corners better because both cars have their unique flair. Honestly, I'd lean toward the Maserati for that extra power and more modern design. But I wouldn't count out the Ferrari. It's got a notorious reputation for speed. Fasten your seatbelts, this is going to be a fun one to watch. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Macau Gia track, and leading the pack is Base Nazar 2. In a classic 1963, Agachani and Watson. Looks like vintage vibes are bringing their A-game today. Base Nazar 2 is leading the race. N-Body Notes is right behind in second, and Waffling Otters is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Waffling Otters is climbing up to second place, and N-Body Notes is right on their tail, battling for that spot. Mission Man is sneaking into fourth, making moves. N-Body Notes and Waffling Otters are nose to nose for second place. Vanona 1857 is climbing up one spot to fifth. Vanoni 1857 and Mission Man are locked in a close fight for fourth. Vanoni 1857 is climbing to fourth place. Amy is now in sixth. Darigos is making a move to 10th. Squad Bender is climbing to 13th place. Captain Canadian is catching up to 14th place. DC Productions is inching into 15th place. Tranquility is making a statement by overtaking 17 cars and claiming the lead. Fish the Husky is also on the rise, matching the same number of overtakes to sit in second. And look at Maya climbing through the ranks with 17 overtakes herself, now in third. Things are heating up at the front. Bazet Nice Art Woe is on a tier, climbing from behind to take the lead. Waffling Godders is not far behind, making a strong push to second. N-Body Notes is also on the move, sneaking into third after a series of bold overtakes. Things are heating up at the front. Squat Bender is creeping closer to Ovidus, chipping away at the gap. Vishta Husky just climbed one spot, now sitting in 16th. Squat Bender is gaining on Ovidus, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Vishta Husky is catching JC Productions fast. Looks like a battle brewing. Tranquility is inching closer to Bacon. Not giving up yet. Captain Canadian is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in the 15th position and haven't made a move yet. Looks like a quiet race so far. Waffling Godders is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F, a classic beauty known for its elegance and racing pedigree. They're currently in second place, so their race seems to be going smoothly with no major issues so far. Girl of Diamond and Hickory Hamsam are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Vishta Husky is closing in on JC Productions, the gap shrinking by a second and a tenth. Girl of Diamond is on fire, now in first place after overtaking 7 cars. Hikori Hamzam is not far behind, climbing up to second after passing 5 cars. Billy is making a move, now in 6th after overtaking 5 cars as well. Ovidus is on a roll, climbing from behind to take the lead. Darigaus is not far behind, making a strong push for second. Captain Canadian is storming through the field, now in third after overtaking 10 cars. Things are heating up at the front. Bonhomme 1857 is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Franquity is making a solid push into the top 15. Maya is also gaining ground, now in the 17th spot. Vanonan 1857 is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Amy is also making moves, now in 9th. Billy is right behind, grabbing 10th. The race is heating up. Girl of Diamond and Squat Bender are nose to tail for second place. Amy is climbing fast, now in 7th. Vanona 1857 is driving a 1960s Scarab Indy. They're holding on to the 6th spot, so it looks like they're hanging tough in the midfield. Girl of Diamond and Squat Bender are locked in a close fight for second place. Double is climbing up nicely, moving 1 spot to take 20th. Bacon is on a roll, climbing from way back to 3rd place. Girl of Diamond is not giving up easily. They're battling hard for that spot. Well, look at that. Girl of Diamond just took the top spot. Clearly they know how to leave the rest in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Girl of Diamond really outdid herself today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes? That's like winning the Olympics, breaking the record, and being the crowd favorite all in one day. Congratulations to her. Truly a masterclass in racing. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the Porsche 911. GT1 seems like a strong candidate for winning on the Sochi Autodrome circuit. Its blend of aerodynamics and power makes it a formidable opponent. Plus, it has a racing pedigree that could give it an edge on those tight corners and long straights. But honestly, with so many legends here, it could surprise us all. Alright everyone, time's running out. Make your picks before the clock hits 0 or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. Stank it with the 1987 Buick GNX versus Mighty Chunk in the 1985 Alfa Romeo GTV 6.01. Now, the Buick GNX is known for its raw power and muscle, but this is Sochi, and the tight corners might favor something a bit more nimble. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo GTV6 is all about handling and agility. So, considering the track and the cars, I'd say the Alfa Romeo might have a sneaky advantage. It's all about finesse around those corners, and the GTV6 is pretty much the definition of a sporty, snappy little machine. But don't count out the YNMSA's sheer speed if it gets a straightaway. I'm leaning slightly toward the Alfa Romeo for a stylish, sharp victory here. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, Maya's on pole with her classic 1996 Lotus Esprit V8, looking ready to make some vintage magic happen at Sochi. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the modern crowd. Maya is leading the race right now. The chaotic weirdo is holding second place, trying to keep up. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is in third, but don't blink or you'll miss the overtakes. Let's Go is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Cobber just gained 1 position to 3rd. Cobber and the chaotic weirdo are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. Indeed. Dragu is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Cobra has climbed to 2nd place. just ahead of the Chaotic Weirdo. Those two are locked in a close fight for the runner-up spot. Unknown Tactus just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Let's Go is climbing 2 spots to sit in 5th. Gaming to Fight Cancer and Let's Go are nose to nose for 5th place. Cobber and Maya are nose to tail at the front. Pro 3 just overtook someone to sit in 6th. Drago is climbing now in 9th. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to 2nd place. Let's Go is also moving up, now in 4th. The Chaotic Weirdo and Let's Go are nose to nose fighting for the 4th spot. Pro 3 is climbing to 5th place. Smurf 20 and Gaming Toe Fight Cancer are nose to nose for 7th. Smart A is inching up to 11th. Unknown Tactics and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Let's Go just snuck into 3rd place. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 8th. Smurf 20 just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. The Chaotic Weirdo and Smurf 20 are nose to tail for that position. HP Lootcraft is closing in on Hickory Hamsam, cutting the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Let's Go is now just a second behind Unknown Tactics. Smurf 20 has climbed to 5th place. Smart E has advanced to 10th place. Let's Go just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Maya and Let's Go are nose to nose for the lead. Unknown Tactics and Let's Go are also close, fighting for 2nd. Let's Go just took the lead from Maya and is now in 1st place. Maya is hanging close behind in 2nd. Smart E has climbed to 8th place. Unknown Tactics just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Maya and Unknown Tactics are nose to tail for 2nd. Pro 3 is chopping down the gap to Maya by 1.3 seconds. They're now fighting for 3rd place. Lootcraft and Gaming to Fight Cancer are neck and neck for 10th place. Stankit just gained 1 spot and is now in the 18th position. Amy and Stankit are battling it out for 17. Pro 3 and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Oskzerot is climbing fast, now in 10th. Amy is making a move, up to 17. Pro 3 is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Cobber has moved up to 4th, also gaining 1 spot. Ragu is in 6th after a 1-position jump. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 6th place. Ragu and Smurf 20 are nose to tail for that position. Oskzerot is making a move to 9th. Let's Go is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap, but the race is tight behind him. Beskis is driving a 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, hanging around the 13th place. No major moves yet. Pro 3 is trying to hold off Unknown Tactus for second place. Bacon and Hickory Hamsam are still neck and neck for 14. Dragu and Smurf20 are locked in a tight fight for 6th place. HP Ludecraft is closing in on the chaotic Weirdo, the gap shrinking by a second and a half. Amy is sneaking up on Feskis, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Smart A is gaining on Fragot, closing the gap by a little over a second. Feskis and Bacorn are nose-to-nose for 15th place. Exoaces and Manamai Styler 21 are also battling hard for 19th. Smarty and Fragout are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Hickory Hamsam just gained one spot to move into the 14th position. Zep Brandigan and Hickory Hamsam are also fighting for the same spot. P13. Sir Pro 3 is climbing to second place. Unknown Tactics and Sir Pro 3 are neck and neck for second. Oskzerod is catching Smart E, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Smurf20 and Maya are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Dragu and Smurf20 are also locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Oskzerod is chipping away at Smart E's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Wow, Drellets go. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Drellets Go really outdid themselves today. A triple crown in this race means they dominated every aspect, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking everyone else like a true master. Hats off to them. That's a performance that's hard to beat, and it's always exciting to see such skill on display. Congrats to Drellets Go for truly earning that victory and making it look easy. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance, since New Jersey Motorsports Park is known for its sharp turns and technical sections. Having a car that can stick to the road and stay nimble through those tight corners will make a big difference. Speed is important too, but if the car can't handle well in those twists and turns, you'll be losing precious seconds. So, I'd say a balance between agility and stability is key here. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down fast, so make your choices before the race begins. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI-driven vehicle battle it out. Wow. This is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Thomas Moran with a classic Lamborghini Murcielago SV from 2010. That beast is known for its raw power and aggressive styling, though it might be a bit long in the tooth compared to newer models. On the other side, Ren Kaori is behind a 2018 Lexus LC 500, which is a more refined, modern Grand Tourer with a smooth V8 and a more aerodynamic design. Given the track is New Jersey Motorsports Park, which has a mix of technical corners and high-speed sections, the Murcielago's raw power can be a big advantage. But the Lexus offers better handling and stability, especially at high speeds. If this were purely about raw muscle, I might lean towards Thomas with the Lamborghini. But considering technology and handling, Ren Kaori's Lexus might pull ahead in the tight sections. My gut says the Lamborghini might edge out the win by a slim margin. But this race could surprise us if the Lexus handles those technical turns better. It's a close call. Alright folks, the race is underway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. The Dreamkeeper is starting on pole in a 29 Holden Commodore GTS. Buckle up, this should be interesting. The race kicks off with the Dreamkeeper leading the pack. Shoebox TV right behind in second, and Apex Milkbag holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Captain Trippy is now in 4th place. Gamer Boss 72 has moved into 5th. Celeste Linari has climbed to 8th. Morningstar is climbing to 8th place. Celeste Linari and Morningstar Soul are nose-to-nose for 8th. Bleach Mepse, Sputnik and Z are locked in a close fight for 10th. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 3rd place. Apex Milkbag and Cap Trippy are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Bleach Mepsi is gaining ground, now in 9th. Ren Kaori is on a roll, climbing to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is gaining ground now in 14th place after passing 4 cars. Squatbender is also making moves, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Thomas Moran has climbed to 11th place. Maya has moved up to 13th place. Ren Kaori and Maya are nose-to-nose for 13th place. La Croissant 1980 is gaining on Ren Kaori, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Crystal 33 has climbed 2 spots to take the 17th position. Crystal 33 and Squatbender are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Thomas Moran climbs to 10th place. Maya advances to 12th. Wayne Bretsky moves up to 17th. Maya is now in 10th place, closing in on the top 9. Sputnik NZ and Ren Kaori are battling for 12th, with only a car length between them. Ren Kaori advances 1 spot, now in 12th place. Yama Priest moves up 1 spot, now in 20th place. Crystal 33 and Yama Priest are nose-to-tail fighting for 20th. Yama Priest is closing in on Cloudy and has cut the gap by 630 seconds. Smart A is gaining on Crystal 33, closing the distance by 5.2 seconds. Thomas Moran is climbing 2 spots and is now in the 13th position. Wayne Gretzky is in the 20th place with a Ford Mustang GT. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the leaders, but at least he's still in the race. Amy is driving a 2014 Lotus Evora S, which is known for its lightweight agility. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace, currently in last place with no valid lap time. Morningstar and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Celestia Linari is closing in on Bleach Mepsi, now just 3.2 seconds behind. Ren Kaori and Celestia Linari are also locked in a fierce duel for 11. Maya is now in 8th place, closing the gap on 7. Ren Kaori has moved into 11th, still chasing. Squat Bender is gaining on Thomas Moran, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Shoebox TV and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose at the front. Maya just gained 2 spots and is now in 6th place. Bleach Mepsi is cutting down the distance to Morningstar by 1.3 seconds. Maya is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Gamerba 72. Thomas Moran is rapidly approaching Ren Kaori, the distance shrinking significantly. The race is heating up at the front. Violetta Mama is slicing into Gamerboss 72's tail, closing the gap by a full second. Morningstar is climbing up to 8th place. Thomas Moran is advancing to 11. Christelle 33 is closing in on Amy fast, cutting down the gap by 17.2 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Bleach Mepsi is gaining on Rondom 69, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Wow. The Dreamkeeper really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow, the Dreamkeeper really showed us what they're made of. Congratulations on the win, you deserve it. And a big shout out to Smarty for grabbing the fastest lap. You get to claim the sleek 2011 Lexus LFA, which is definitely a beauty. And Maya, with the most overtakes, you can claim the stylish 2014 Toyota FT1. Great work, everyone! This race was nothing short of exciting. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Wakefield Park is known for its sharp turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the road and navigate tight corners smoothly would have a huge advantage. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns confidently, it won't be able to capitalize on straightaway opportunities. So, a balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering would be my top priority here. Alright, everyone, the race just kicked off at Wakefield Park, and look at that. Bobardo is on pole, driving a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Clearly, he's got the early lead, so let's see if he can hold on to it or if the others will surprise us. Bobardo has taken the lead right out of the gate. Thomas Moran is holding strong in second place. Waffling Gutters is sitting comfortably in third, but don't count out the pack just yet. Lord Buttrill and Bjorn Art are locked in a tight fight for fourth place. Amy is climbing up to 7. Evenserogai is advancing to 11. Lord Buttrill is really having a rough time dropping to 11th place. Bjorn Art is climbing steadily to 3rd. Smart E is making a move up to 4th. Smart E is 6th place, driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Matthewsaurus Rex is in 9th place, driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Bobardo is holding the lead comfortably, but Thomas Moran is right behind, ready to pounce. The race is tight, and with 2 laps left, anything can happen. Smart A is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from the 6th position. They are currently in 4th place, so they've gained a couple of spots. Looks like they're making a steady push forward. The Chevrolet IndyCar seems to have the edge with more top positions and faster lap times, especially at Wakefield Park. The Honda drivers are trailing slightly behind, likely feeling the track's quirks. Spearlight is on the move, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lord Buttrell is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to take 8. Waffling Godders is having a rough time, dropping 6 positions down to 12. Waffling Godders is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 9 cars. Waini Tapsumbongzix is also making moves, passing 6 cars to sit in 5th. Gavensaro Guy and Matthew Rex are nose-to-nose for 11th. Looks like a close one. Bjorn Art is climbing to 3rd place. Smart A is now in 4th after moving up 2 spots. Amy is also up 2 spots, landing in 5th. The race is heating up. Well, look at that. Bobardo has taken the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Bobardo really pulled it off. Congrats on the win. That was some impressive driving. Now, for the lucky winners, Amy, you snagged the fastest lap, so the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar is yours. And Maya, with the most overtakes under your belt, you also get a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Nice job, everyone. Hey everyone, time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make sure you choose before the countdown hits 0 or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick crush the competition. Alright folks, we have a classic showdown here. On one side, Smart E is pushing a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, a car known for its muscle and raw power. On the other side, Wrath 92 is steering a 1967 Mercury Cougar, which is stylish and, well, a little bit of a wild card. Considering the car's legendary status and their age, it's a toss-up. The Firebird might have the edge in sheer muscle, but the Cougar could surprise us if it handles the curves just right. My gut says the Firebird will take the lead early on, but I wouldn't count out the Cougar making a comeback in the final stretch. Either way, this is going to be entertaining to watch. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Aviano Intermediate, and look who's on pole. Uncleela Gaming driving a classic 1970 Chevrolet Camaro in vintage Trans Am. Time to see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Unclearly Gaming has taken an early lead with Amy right behind in second place. Smart A is holding on to third, but I wouldn't count anyone out just yet. Maya and Kreisgopher are nose to tail for 6th place. Imus Gordon has gained 1 spot and is now 8. Nox Exodus also moving up 1 spot, now 9. Smart A is driving a vintage Pontiac Firebird. They're holding a solid 3rd place, but no sign of overtaking anyone yet. Looks like a steady race so far. Ovis is driving a 1975 Skoda 130 RS, a classic rear-wheel drive hatchback, known for its lightweight and agility. Their race looks steady so far, just hanging around in the middle without much drama. Amy is in 2nd place with a vintage Trans Am, a 1970 AMC Javelin. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. Asitwu Tentiu is driving a 1971 Datsun 5 10D1. They're currently in the last group of cars and seem to be holding steady without any major moves. Vina 17 is climbing up to 10th place. Unstabil is making a move to 13th, both pushing forward. Vina 17 is climbing to 9th place. Unstabil is also moving up, now in 12th. Ovidus and Unstabil are nose to tail for 12th. Unstabil just nudged into the top 11. Bobardo and Unstabil are nose to nose for that spot. Ruki Miriki is creeping up to take the 13th place. The track seems to favor the vintage Trans Am cars with the top 4 spots, so the layout probably rewards their handling and power. Group 2 cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the circuit's demands. Vinha 17 is driving a Group 2 Alfa Romeo GT, a 2000. They're currently in the 10th place after starting 12. Looks like a steady climb, but still some ground to make up. Chris Gopher is driving a 1969 AMC Javelin. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real moves yet. Ovidus is climbing up to 12th place. Aussie Uatu 10 and 2 is catching up to 15th. Looks like the race is heating up. Unstabil just nudged ahead of Nox Exodus for 10th place. They're really neck and neck now. Unclearly Gaming is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just cruising to the finish. Ovidus is driving a 1975 Skoda 130R. S, a classic Czech rally, kart dort art. Looks like they're holding steady in 11th, but the pace is a bit slower compared to the leaders. Not much action happening there. Wow, Unclearly Gaming took the victory? Guess they're the fastest in the bunch now. Well deserved. congratulations to Unclear Gaming on winning the race. That was quite the performance. Well done. And a big shout out to Smart E for winning the bet race. You can now claim the classic 1970 Pontiac Firebird. Perfect choice for cruising around in style. Well, the 1970 Abarth 1600 TC R is a pretty interesting one. It was designed for touring car racing and was part of Abarth's bold attempt to dominate the racing scene back in the day. Fun fact is, even though it was built over 50 years ago, it still packs a punch with its lightweight design and spirited engine. Imagine sneaking past all the modern cars with that classic Italian charm. It's like having a vintage sports car that's still got a few tricks up its sleeve. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to do it. Don't make me choose for you, or you'll regret it when your car ends up in last place. Get those selections in before the clock runs out. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1972 BMW 2800 CS is known for its elegance and solid build, but it's not exactly a speed demon compared to some of the more nimble cars. On the other hand, the 1973 Mazda RX-3 GT is a lightweight, rotary-powered car that could turn the tides with its agility. Given the twisty and reverse layout of Sitges Terramar, I'd probably lean toward the Mazda for its maneuverability. But hey, the BMW's got that classic charm and might surprise us with a smooth, steady pace. It's going to be close, but I think the Smart E Mazda might just take this one if it handles the reverse layout well. We shall see. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Sitges Terramar Reverse. And look at that! Maya is on pole driving a classic 1963 Porsche 904. Let's see if that vintage charm gives her the edge. Denyahima has taken an early lead, holding the top spot. I'm in second place trying to keep up. Amy is right behind me in third, ready to pounce. Platigami is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9. Ruki Miriki is gaining ground, now in 4th. The battle for third between Ruki Miriki and Amy is heating up. Looks like a close fight. Ruki Miriki just overtook someone to take third place. Amy and Ruki Miriki are still nose to nose for that spot. Relaxed View is climbing up to 5th place, inching closer to the top. Maya has just overtaken for the lead. Ruki Miriki is holding on to second, but Zenyahima is closing in fast. The battle for second place is heating up with Zenyahima trying to find a way past Ruki Miriki. Relaxed View is climbing fast, now in third place. Zenyahima and Relaxed View are nose to nose for third. Atsuhai is making a move up one spot to sixth. Ruki Miriki just snatched the lead from the current top spot. Maya is right behind, not giving up easily. Amy is climbing steadily, now in fourth place. Relaxed View is now in second place. Roger Bear 302 has moved up to 7th. Lady Gami and Smart E are battling it out for 8th place. Lady Gami just nudged into 8th place. Smart A and Lady Gami are nose to nose for that 8th spot. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 10th place. Relaxed View just overtook Relaxed View for the lead. Ruki Miriki is right behind them, still in the hunt for the top spot. Amy has gained one position and is now in third place, closing in. Ruki Miriki is now in first place. Relaxed View and Ruki Miriki are still battling for the lead. Lady Gami has climbed to 8th place. Relaxed View, better watch out, Amy is closing in fast. Mr. Rush just snuck into the top 10. Whitfree out 25 is gaining on Le Croissant 1980, closing the gap by a second and a third. Relaxed View is closing in on Ruki Miriki, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Roger Bear 302 and Lady Gami are locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Maho Chaos and Roger Bear 302 are battling closely for 8th. Maya is climbing up to 3rd place. Zenyahima is also making a move to 4th. Amy is now in 2nd, closing the gap. Maho Chaos and Lady Gami are neck and neck for 6th place. Whitfree out 25 and Roger Bear 302 are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Zenyahima is gaining on Maya quickly, closing the gap by 2/30 seconds. Maho Chaos is climbing up one spot to take 6th place. Lady Gami and Maho Chaos are nose to nose, fighting for 6th place. Maho Chaos and H2 Hove are nose to tail for 5th place. Lady Gami and Maho Chaos are also fighting hard for 6th. Whitfree out 25 is making a move, climbing up to 8th place. Maho Chaos and H2 Hove are nose to tail for 5th place. Whip3 out 25 just gained a spot and is now 7th. Lady Gami and Whip3 out 25 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Whip3 out 25 is climbing nicely to 5th place. H2 Hove and Maho Chaos are locked in a close fight for 6th. Mr. Roche is inching up to 8th. Relaxed View is closing the gap on Stabigale Killam's fast, just 5 seconds behind now. Maya is sneaking up on Amy by nearly 4 seconds. H2 Hove is on the move, climbing into 6th place. Mechokaos just nudged into 7th place. Platigami and Mechokaos are now nose to nose for that spot. Roger Bear 302 is climbing up to 9. Roger Bear 302 and Platigami are still locked in a close fight for 8th. Relaxed View is now just a few seconds behind Stabigale Killams. Amy is gaining on Rukimireki, closing the gap steadily. Whip 3Out25 is inching closer to Zinnia Haima, but still a bit of distance to make a move. Relaxed View is closing in on Stabigale Killams, cutting the gap by 7.8 seconds. Team Tinatea has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Smart E and Team Tinatea are nose to nose for 12th place. Wow, Rukimireki, you really raced your way to the top. Congratulations on the win at Sitges, Terramar Reverse. Looks like all those laps paid off. Wow, Rukimireki takes the win. Great job there, you've really shown those AI cars what's what. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some shiny new rides. Congratulations to Smart E for winning the bet race. You're the proud owner of a 1973 Mazda RX-3 GT from Group 3. That's quite the classic. Looks like you've got a sweet deal there. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so make your decision quick before we unleash these speed demons on the track. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite isn't available. Sure thing. A fun fact about Wakefield Park is that it used to be a military training ground before transforming into a racing circuit. So basically, these cars are racing on a track that once trained soldiers, which is kind of like giving cars a little military-style boot camp before they hit the race. Wow, those are some iconic cars to watch race. The McLaren M8C is definitely a classic with its sleek design and impressive speed for its time. On the other hand, the Chaparral 2J is known for its innovative design, especially its fan system that gives it a unique edge. It's like watching a battle between old-school brute strength and tricky cutting-edge engineering. If I had to guess, I'd say the McLaren might have a slight advantage on a track like Wakefield Park, because of its balance and roll power. But don't underestimate the Chaparral 2J. That fan system could shake things up and give it the edge in certain conditions. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Wakefield Park. Smart A is starting on pole with a classic 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider. Let's see if that old school beast can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Smart E in second and Kesta Flex in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. The FOTS 84 and Kesta Flex are nose to nose for third place. Maya is climbing up to fifth, sneaking past Mighty Chunk. Looks like Maya is not done yet. Cam cars are dominating with the top 3 spots. Track seems to favor their power and handling. Group 5 cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with the track layout. Maya's Lola T260 is in 6th place. Looks like she's holding her own among the Can-Am giants. No overtakes yet, but she's definitely in the mix. Yesta is driving a 1978 Greenwood Corvette GTX, a classic American muscle car. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but need to pick up the pace to move up. Crazy Sweet Butt is driving a 1984 Capri Zaxpeed. Looks like they're trying to catch up after dropping back to 9th place. Mighty Chunk is driving a 1970 Chaparral 2J, known for its innovative ground effect and fan system. Looks like they're holding steady in 5th place, but the race is tight behind them. Kesta Flex is in 3rd place with a McLaren M8C. They're running a solid race, but are a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they might be trying to catch up. The track's tight turns seem to favor the more agile cars like the Lola and McLarens, while the longer straights are giving an edge to the more powerful Group 5s. Smart A takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Kesta Flex is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by over a second. Yesteron 33,796 is driving a 1978 Greenwood Corvette G. Mighty Chunk is driving a Chaparral 2J, known for its unique fan system that sucks air from underneath to create downforce. Their race looks steady so far, holding on to 5th place with a decent lap time. Amy's holding the lead and just set the fastest lap. Looks like she's got this race under control unless she slips up. Amy is leading in the Can-Am class with a Chevrolet BRM Pone 154. She's been consistent and fastest in her class so far. Looks like she's got a solid grip on the race. Can-Am cars are clearly dominating with the top 6 spots. The track suits their power and agility. Group 5 cars are struggling to keep up, especially with the longer lap times. Amy is leading comfortably in her Chevrolet Pone 54. She's been quick from the start and seems to have a solid gap. Looks like she's in control so far. Connor Malady's Chevrolet Decon Monza GTA classic muscle car with a powerful V8 engine. Looks like their race has been a bit of a struggle, currently in 10th place and a few seconds behind the leaders. Can-Am cars are clearly dominating with the top 2 spots, showing the track favors their power and agility. Group 5 cars are struggling to keep up, especially with the slower lap times. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a 1980 Ford Capri Zaxpeed. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is over a second slower than the leaders. Amy is leading the race with a comfortable gap and a fastest lap just shy of a minute. Looks like she's got the pace and control so far. Amy is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control and pushing hard to seal the deal. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And hey Amy, you also snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim that stunning 1970B RMP 154 Chevrolet Dot. Well done! And Maya, you're the queen of overtakes today, so you get to choose the 1969 Lola T260. Great job out there. This was a race full of surprises, and I can't wait to see what happens next. Sure thing. Did you know that the Alastaro Sprint long track is famous for its tight corners and high-speed straights that test both the car's agility and the driver's nerve? It's almost like a roller coaster for racing cars, but thankfully without the loops. It really keeps the drivers on their toes, making races here a roller coaster of excitement. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time to do it or forever hold your peace. Don't let your chance to see these AI racing legends slip away. Oh wow. This is like a vintage battle for the ages. Oaks Wolfei is steering a classic Chrysler Valiant Charger from 1972. It's got that muscle car charm, but it's probably not the sleekest in the pack. Then we've got me in a 1963 Porsche 904, which is pretty much an icon of racing history. That Porsche is likely to be faster, more agile, and just generally more suited to a sprint like Alastaro. So if I had to put my chips on someone, I'd say I'm probably the favorite to take this one. But hey, you never know with AI racing. Anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the El Estaro Sprint long track. Justin Gilks is starting on pole in a classic 1972 BMW 2800 CS. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Justin Gilks has taken an early lead. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is right behind in second place. Smart A is holding on to third for now. Let's see if they can keep this pace. Smart A just overtook someone to take second place. Georgina Miracles is climbing up to 9th. Neo Texum is making a move to 11th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Girl of Diamond just overtook Silver Gaming for 7th. Girl of Diamond and Silver B Gaming are now nose to nose, battling for that 7th spot. The track's tight and technical nature seems to favor the classic Group 3 cars, keeping the top positions tightly packed. The slower Group 1 cars are struggling to keep up, but overtakes could happen if they find the right moment. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is now in second place. Amy and Maya are still neck and neck for fourth. Neo Texum has climbed to 10th. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Amy also moved up one spot into fourth. Smart E and Amy are nose to tail fighting for fourth place. Girl of Diamond and Ogswolfie are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Tangaducky TTV is climbing up one spot to 14. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross just overtook someone to take the lead. Justin Gilks is not giving up easily, staying close behind. Ogswolfie is climbing up to 5th place, making a solid push. The Critical Egg is driving a 1974 Abarth 124 Group 42. They're currently in the middle of the pack, sitting in 15th place. Looks like a steady race so far. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap to the leader. Amy has moved into third, just behind Maya. Grumpy Earth is gaining on Beats with Kev, chopping down the gap by over a second. The battle for 15th place is heating up, with Grumpy Giraffe and Beats with Kev going head to head. Amy just sneaked into second place. Ogswolfie is closing in on the top 3. Silver Gaming is making a move into the top 10. Amy's pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. Neo Texum is driving a Renault 5 Alpine from 1976. They're currently in the 11th position and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 41 seconds and 55 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Girl of Diamond is climbing to 5th place. Silver Gaming is closing in on Justin Gilks, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Beats with Kev is moving up to 15th place. Silver Gaming and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 6th place. Tamkuduki TTV is closing the gap on Mafia Mavi, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Beats with Kef and the Critical Egg are fighting hard for 14th. Ogswell Fee is climbing to 3rd place. Silver Up Gaming is now in 6th. Neo Texum has moved into 9th. Ogswell Fee and Amy are nose to tail for 2nd place. Gerlof Diamond and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Beats with Kef just gained a spot and is now in 13th. Neo Texum is driving a Renault 5 Alpine from 1976. They're currently in 9th place, but are quite a bit behind the leaders with the slowest lap of over 140. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Beats with Kef is driving a 1974 Abarth 124 Group 4 and is currently in 14th place. Looks like the car is struggling a bit with the pace, given the lap time of over 141. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like Iron Crystal Wooden Cross really crossed the finish line first. Well done. Wow, Iron Crystal Wooden Cross really took the checkered flag first. Congrats on that well-earned victory. Now, as for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you did the most overtakes today. You can choose to claim the 1973 Toyota Celica in Group 3 Doi. Great job on the aggressive driving. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Baskerville track is that it was originally built in the early 1950s in Tasmania and is known for its fast sweeping curves and challenging corners. It's sometimes called the Cathedral of Motorsport because of its beautiful historic feel and the way it winds through the scenic landscape. Plus, it's infamous for its high-speed sections where drivers really need to hold on tight. Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace in the race. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the track. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. The Nissan R89C from 1989 is a classic Group C race car, known for its incredible aerodynamics and speed on the straights. On the other hand, the Jaguar XJ R12 from 1990 is also a formidable contender, famous for its powerful V12 engine and well-balanced handling. Considering Baskerville's mix of tight corners and long straights, I might lean slightly towards the Nissan because of its lighter weight and raw speed. But don't underestimate the Jaguar's stability and torque on the corners. It's really a toss-up. But I'd say the Nissan has a tiny edge in this particular race. Let's see how the AI handles it. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Baskerville, and leading the pack is the Group C Buccizzero in a classic 1985 Lancia LC2. Let's see if it can hold that pole position. Latinumera is leading the race, followed closely by Buccizzero in second place. I am holding the third spot for now. But the real question is how long I can keep this up. Buccizzero is now in first place. I am climbing to second. Amy is moving up to fourth. The race is heating up. Imus Gordon is climbing up to eighth place. Shikamaru is also advancing, now in ninth place. Starbucks and Shikamaru are nose-to-nose for 10. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Nazi Rockstars just overtook Silver Beat Gaming for 5th. J Maxiite and Fishinks are still nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Kikomaru slides into 9th place just ahead of Imus Gordon. Apex Milk Bag climbs to 14th, but still ways to go. The battle for 9th is heating up. The Group C cars are dominating the front with a clear lead, while the retro GT500s are bunching up behind, probably struggling with the track layout. The track favors the Group C's speed and aerodynamics, giving them a big advantage. Starbucks is driving a 1993 Jaguar XJ220, a sleek and fast car. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. The Group C cars are clearly faster and more competitive here, with the top 2 spots in the Mazda in third. The retro GT500s are lagging behind, probably struggling with the track layout or car performance. Fishinks is climbing to 12th place. Apex Milkbag is now 13th. Trihat is inching into 15th. Looks like everyone's feeling aggressive today. Umera and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Imus Gordon is climbing to 9th. Jimaxiite is inching up to 15. Imus Gordon is rapidly catching Smart E, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Umera and I are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Fishinks is gaining on Starbucks, narrowing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Shikamaru just moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Imus Gordon and Shikamaru are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is holding a slight edge over Smart E, but with only 2 laps left, anything can happen. Both are close enough to make a move. Platnumera is climbing fast, now in 2nd place. Uchitsero and Platnumera are nose-to-nose for that 2nd spot. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a move, now in 6th place. Uchitsero just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Maya is closing the gap on Platnumera, now only 1.5 seconds behind. Trihatriat is driving a 1994 Nissan 300Z X Turbo Imsa Tata. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just a second behind the leader in the Retro GT 500 class. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Silver Gaming is driving a 1992 Peugeot 905. They're currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap just under a minute. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. The Group C cars are clearly faster, with the top 3 all from that class. The track favors their high speed and aerodynamics, giving them a clear edge over the Retro GT 500s, which are struggling to keep up. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a Nissan R89C from 1989, and they're currently in 7th place. They're about a second behind the car in front, but quite a bit behind the leader. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess she's the one to beat. Wow, what an incredible performance from Amy. She really outdid herself today by winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtake. That's a triple crown of racing brilliance. Everyone give her a round of applause because honestly, she deserves it. And lucky for Amy, she gets to claim the 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RM1 from Group C. That's a pretty sweet ride to add to her collection. For the other drivers, don't worry. There are still cars up for grabs, so keep pushing and maybe next time it'll be your turn to take home a prize. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the thrill of watching these AI cars battle it out on the track. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1969 Nissan R382 is a beast with its lightweight build and quick reflexes. Perfect for those tight turns and high-speed straights on willow springs. Meanwhile, the 1974 Shadow DN4 has that sleek aerodynamic design, but might struggle a bit with the older tech and handle it. Honestly, I'd say the Nissan has the edge here, especially because it's known for its speed and agility during this era. But hey, the Shadow's got some surprises up its sleeve. So let's see if it can defy expectations. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright folks, Can-Am's Bleach Mepsi is kicking things off at the front in that classic 1969 Lola T260. Looks like it's ready to make some vintage magic on the track. Let's see if the old school can keep up. Marty Freeze has shot out in front, leading the pack. Bleach Mepsi is right behind in second, not letting go just yet. And Amy is holding strong in third, keeping the pressure on. Bleach Mepsi just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Binha 17 is inching closer to G-Master the Gamma 9000 for fourth place. Looks like a close fight for that position. G-Master T Gamma 9000 is climbing up to fourth place. Princess Wildface is now in 10th. Slip and City Gaming and Starbucks are neck and neck for 12. Slip and City Gaming has just gained one position, now in 12th place. The fight between Slipslide Gaming and Lakaiju for 11th place is getting intense. Binha 17 is climbing up to 4th place. Asuroni and Smart E are locked in a close fight for 7th. Lakaiju is advancing to 10th. Binha 17 just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Smart E and Maya are nose to tail. Looks like a mini showdown for 6th. Maya and Master the Gamer 9000 are nose to tail for 5th place. Azuroni just overtook someone to climb into 7th. Starpix and Princess Wildface are swapping positions for 11th. Asuroni is climbing nicely to 5th place. Lakaiju is making a move to 9th. Darigaos and Lakaiju are nose to tail for 9th. Starbucks is gaining on Darigaos, closing the gap to just over a second. They're locked in a tight fight for 10th place. Sunboard Boy is also on the move, chipping away at Boofa 19's lead by a second. Darigaos is driving a Chinook Mark II from 1966, a vintage ultralight. They're currently in 9th place but are quite a bit behind the leaders with the slowest lap of over a minute 4. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Maya is now in 6th place, making a nice move up. Darigaos is closing in on Lakaiju, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Darigaos and Lakaiju are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Maya and Asuaroni are nose to tail for 5th place. Starbucks just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Amy is driving a 1970 Ferrari 712. She's currently in 6th place, but her fastest lap is nearly 2 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Asuaroni is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Maya is right behind in 5th, also moving up 1 spot. Hellskank advances to 13th, climbing 1 spot as well. Maya is currently in 6th place, driving a 1969 Nissan R382. The car's fastest lap is a 57.512. Looks like a solid mid-pack performance so far. Darigals is chipping away at Starbucks' lead, now just 3.1 seconds behind. Uzensk Coast has climbed 1 spot into the top 15. Chosanskost is now in 13th place, climbing 1 spot. Bufinanit team also advances 1 spot into 14th. The race is heating up. Marty Freeze is driving a 1971 Porsche 91710, a legendary race car known for its dominance in the Can-Am series. They're holding on to 2nd place but are nearly a second behind Bleachmade C. Looks like a tight battle for the top spot. Wow, Bleachmade C just took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Nice job. Wow! Bleach Mep C really zoomed to the front. Great job pulling ahead like a pro. Definitely earned that victory. Let's see if they can keep up that speed in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that Barber Motorsports Park is not only a racetrack, but also home to one of the world's largest motorcycle museums? It's like a 2-in-1 adventure. So while the cars race around the track, you can actually take a little detour in your imagination and visit some of the coolest bikes ever created. Now that's what I call a scenic route. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost finished, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on your favorite set of wheels. Hey there, Tenkamin in 704. Glad to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action today. Sit back and enjoy the show. Wow, this is a classic showdown. Both of these cars are vintage beauties. But I've got to say, the Porsche 804 has that iconic racing pedigree from the early 60s. It's known for its advanced engineering for its time and nimbleness. On the other hand, the Lola Mark IV Climax is no slouch either, with a sleek design and a solid racing history. Still, I'd place my bet on the Porsche. Its lighter weight and aerodynamic advantages could give it just enough edge to take the win at Barber. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen, especially with those tricky curves. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Barber Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is Oskserod in a 1965 Ferrari 1512, starting on the front spot. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Oskserod has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Amy is right behind in second, and Smart E is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Dan coming in 704, just overtook someone to move into fourth place. 10 coming in 704 and Smart E are nose to nose for third. Unistix and Roger Brath 102 are fighting hard for sixth. Trehat just overtook someone to take fourth place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing up to 7th. Wildo and Domberzon 3 are nose to nose for 11th. Donaldson 3 is gaining on Arayu Serial and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Zolij Adonaniti 1 and AP Pardo are fighting hard for the 16th spot. Alex Has No Brain and Solij Adonani 1 are locked in a close duel for the 17th position. Unistix is climbing fast, now in fourth place after overtaking 4 cars. Arayu Serial is also on the move, jumping 5 places to sit in 5th. Dongertsanther 3 is making a similar surge, overtaking 5 cars to claim 6th. Things are heating up at the front. Maya is climbing fast into 5th place. Tyler Droms 31 is right behind in 6th. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a move into 8th. The race is heating up. Dongertsong 3 is making a move, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zolija Dominity 1 is also on the rise, grabbing 7th after a similar surge. N-Body Notes is closing in, moving up to 8th. The battle for positions is heating up. Zolija Dominity 1 is climbing to 6th place. Waldo and N-Body Notes are neck and neck for 8th. Amy is closing in on Ebony Shadow, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Appy Dope is driving a Honda Raya 272, which was a pretty advanced car for its time. They're currently in the 11th spot. so they're not quite making the headlines yet, but still in the mix. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is making a bold move, climbing 4 spots to 12. Ariu Serial is closing in on Unistix, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Domit's Onter 3 is climbing up to 6th place, inching closer to the top. Kayosify is climbing nicely to 13th place. Raja Bara 3 102 is making a move to 16. Trihar Triad is edging up to 18. Alex Has No Brain is on a roll, climbing to 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Tylodrums 31 is also making moves, now in 18th place after passing 3 cars. Dr. Monkey 13 is closing the gap on Me Fast, cutting it down by 5.5 seconds. Smart just took the lead, claiming first place. Tylodrums 31 is closing in on Amy, chopping off a 1.5 seconds. Maya and Trihar Triad are nose-to-nose for 21st. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3. They're currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute 54 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the world on fire. Smart A is really having a rough time dropping back to 8th place. Osksarat is climbing up to take the lead at first. Tenkamen 704 is also on the move, grabbing 2nd place. Tylodrums 31 is chipping away at Aperdope's lead, closing in by just over a second. Amy is climbing up to 17th place. Ebony Shadow is also making moves, now in 18th. The F1 1960 cars seem pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners and technical sections at Barber are favoring the more agile models like Lola and Cooper. The older Ferrari is holding steady at the front, but the smaller teams are closing in with better handling. Ariu Serial is driving a Lola Mark IV Climax, starting from the 10th position. Their fastest lap is just over 1 minute 52. The race looks steady for now, but no real challenge yet. Tenkamen in 704 is gaining on Ozgizarad, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Kayosify is chipping away at Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios, narrowing it by 140 seconds. AP Dope just moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a Brabham BT3, starting in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:54.862. The race looks competitive for them, currently holding on to 10th place. Wow. Ozgizarad took the checkered flag again. Clearly they're on a whole different level. Nice job! Congratulations to Ozgazerad on winning the race. Well done, you really drove that AI race to victory. And a big shout out to Tenka 704 for the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1965 Cooper T77 from the F1 1960 series. Nice work! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Hennessy Venom F5. It's built for speed and has the kind of power that could make the Lebanon circuit feel like a drag strip. Plus it's got that sleek supercar vibe that screams victory. The rest are cool, but the Venom 5 is in a league of its own when it comes to raw performance. Hey everyone, pick your favorite car now before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to cheer for the ultimate racer. Time's almost up, so get your selections in. Alright, so we've got Smarty in a 2017, Chevrolet Camaro SS and Wild Cabanon in a 1988. Porsche 944 Turbo S. The Camaro is a modern muscle car with plenty of power and a pretty aggressive stance. On the other hand, the Porsche from 1988 is a classic with potential for agility, but it's definitely not as powerful as the Camaro. Given that Circuit Lebanon has a mix of straights and tight corners, I'd say Smarty's Camaro might have the edge in raw speed and acceleration. But don't count out Wild Cabanon's Porsche. It could surprise us with some precision driving, especially through the tighter sections. If I had to place a bet, I'd give a slight advantage to the Camaro. But I wouldn't be shocked if the vintage Porsche pulls off a sneaky good finish. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Circuit Lebanon, and it looks like Smart E is starting on pole in a 2017 Chevrolet Camaro SS. Get ready for some slow but surely intense action. Smart S shot off the line to take the lead. Wild Cabanona is holding strong in second place. Wayne Rutsky is sitting comfortably in third, but don't count out any surprises just yet. Wayne Nebradsky is now in second place, climbing one spot. Dude Smokia Blunt has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Lord Secretsby moved up 1 spot into 7th. King Malcolm Riggs is climbing up to 7th place. Leda Shea is making her way to 12th. 10 coming in 704, and Super Siki are nose to nose for 14th. Fragu is now in third place, climbing one spot. Amy has moved up 2 spots into 8th place. Tankaman in 704 is also up 2 spots, now in 13th. Dude Smoke Earblunt just sneaked into 4th place. Wild Cavanon and Dude Smoke Earblunt are nose to tail for that spot. Amy is climbing up to 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Amy is climbing to 6th place. Maya is now 9th. Tankaman in 704 is up to 10th. The race is heating up. Nayapon is climbing up to 11th place. Lerashe is also advancing to 12th place. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. King Malcolmerx is now 7th, inching closer. Tankaman in 704 is climbing to 8th, making a move. Tankaman 704 and King Malcolmerx are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Lirashe is climbing up to 9th, just 1 spot behind. Super Sigi is narrowing the gap on Nayapon by almost 2 seconds. Nayapon is climbing to 10th place. Super Sigi is closing in on Maya, and the gap shrinks by 1.1 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is making a move up to 15th. Lira Shaye is having a rough time dropping back to 16. Nayapon is climbing up to 9th. Timborghini Tuba is also moving forward into 10th. Lyra Shea is closing in on Morning Starsel with a 10.6 second gap bot. Bragu is gaining on Wayne Gretzky by 1.1 seconds. Teng Kam in 704 has climbed 2 spots to sit in 6th place. Dragut and Wayne Gretzky are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Nyapan just gained a spot and is now in 8th. Wild Kevinona and Nyapan are nose to nose for 8th position. Fragu just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Wayne Ibretsky and Fragout are nose to tail for 2nd. Amy is closing in on Dude Smoke Earblunt, chipping away at that gap. Wayne Ibretsky is now in 2nd place. Amy has moved up to 4th. Tenkaman in 704 is closing the gap on Dude Smoke Earblunt, getting closer by 1.3 seconds. Amy and Fragout are nose to nose for 3rd place. Tenkamen in 704 is chipping away at Dude Smoke Earblunt's lead, closing in by 2 seconds. Zuber Sigi just sneaked into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Lirache is gaining fast on Timborghini too, just 5.8 seconds behind now. Amy has climbed up 1 spot to 3rd place. Tenkaman in 704 is closing in on Dude Smoke Earblunt, shaving off 1.7 seconds. Well, look at Smarty taking the checkered flag. Guess they really knew how to leave the others in the dust. Nice job! Wow, smart E. You really pulled ahead and took the win. Congratulations on dominating that race. As for claiming your prize, a 2017 Chevrolet Camaro S is all yours. 10 coming in 704. You've earned some extra bragging rights with the fastest lap and the most overtakes. You can claim a 2019 Radical SR3, which is quite the sleek machine. Great job to all of you for making this race so exciting. Alright everyone, get your picks in quick. The clock's ticking, and we don't want any of you missing out on your favorite AI racers. Time's nearly up, so make your choice before it's too late. Alright, we've got Anonymous Ninity 3 and in 1996, Ligier JS43, and Smart E and in 1996. Jordan 96. Both cars are from the same era, but the Ligier was never really a top contender. More like the underdog trying to make a name. The Jordan, on the other hand, had moments of brilliance and was known for its solid performance. Given that, I'd lean towards the Jordan 196 having a slight edge, especially on a track like Magny Course, which favors handling and stability. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. It's all about those split-second decisions and how well the algorithm handles the curves. So, I'm putting my chips on Smarty in the Jordan. But I wouldn't be shocked if Anonymous Ninity 3 surprises us in the Ligier. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Magny Course, and Eddie's Tapsambontics is starting at the front in the classic 1996, Benetton B96, Toriton. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead or if the AI has other plans. Winty Tapsambonks has taken an early lead, Renault T4 is right behind in second, and Nayapon is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Nayapon and Renault T4 are nose to tail for second place. Gamingto Fight Cancer is climbing fast, now in ninth. Buchining Team and Gamingto Fight Cancer are fighting hard for the ninth spot. Smart A is climbing up to 6th place. Smart A and Amy are nose to nose for 5th. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Smart E are locked in a close fight for 6th. Smart A and Amy are nose to nose for 5th place. Gamingto Fight Cancer just climbed one spot to 8th. Darigals and Gamingto Fight Cancer are locked in a close fight for 8th. Wendy Tapsambongs is leading in the Benetton B196, which is known for its balanced performance. Looks like they're comfortably ahead, probably enjoying a smooth ride so far. Anonymous Nina T3 is driving a Ligier JS43, which is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Nyapon is now in 2nd place. Smart A and Amy are nose to nose for 5th. Silhouette and I are locked in a close fight for 14th. Maya is currently in 14th place with her Benetton B196. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. The car is classic but not exactly a rocket today. Trash Crashton is driving a Benetton B196. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. Maya is now in the 13th place, closing the gap with Bees McGee. They're neck and neck. This could get interesting. Nyapon is holding 2nd and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard but still chasing the leader. Rinop T4 is driving a Footwork FS17, which is known for its tricky handling. Looks like he's holding a solid 3rd place but hasn't matched his fastest lap from the start. The race seems tight behind him. Gaming Toefight Cancer and Anonymous Nina T3 are neck and neck for 7th place. Maya and Trash Preston are locked in a close fight for 12th. Silhouette and Bees McGee are battling it out for 14th. The F1 1996 cars are pretty evenly matched on this track, but the Benetton is holding a slight edge with the fastest lap. The Williams is lagging behind, maybe struggling with the track layout. Overall, the combination favors the more agile and responsive cars like the Benetton and McLaren. Wow. 20 Tap Sumbang 6 really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, big congratulations to NT Tapsumbang X for winning the race. You really drove that car like you stole it. Well-deserved victory. And a shout out to Nyapon for smashing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself the classic 1996 McLaren MP 411. That car is a true legend, just like you're driving today. Also, hats off to Smart E for winning the bet race. You get the 1996 Jordan 196. Now that's a sweet ride to boast about. Great job, everyone. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost done. If you haven't picked a car yet, now's your last chance to jump in before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite machine. Well, looking at these two cars, it's quite an interesting matchup. The Subaru Impreza YRX STI is known for its rally heritage and strong handling, especially on twisty tracks like Cadwell Park. It's a nimble car that can really excel in sharp corners and quick direction changes. On the other hand, the BMW M3 GT4 is more of a track-focused machine with a reputation for stability and high-speed cornering. Given Cadwell Park's mix of tight turns and fast sections, I'd say the Subaru's agility might give it a slight edge early on. But don't count out the BMW, because its power and grip can make up ground on the straights and long bends. It's a close call, but I have a feeling the BMW might just take the win by a nose if it maintains its line through the more challenging sections. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen, so let's see how this plays out. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Cadwell Park Moto Track, and Neapon is starting on pole in a 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Looks like he's got the best spot to maybe, just maybe, stay ahead. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Neapon is leading the race right now. Amy is in second place, and I'm holding on to third. Let's see if I can make a move soon. Maya is closing the gap on in-body notes. Looks like a fierce battle for third place. Amy is comfortably ahead at the moment. Story Forge is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208R2, a compact rally car known for agility. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Story Forge is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208R2, a rally-inspired compact car. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wayne Bretsky is driving a Ferrari 488 GT4, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like he's holding steady in the 5th spot. Not bad, but not quite catching the leaders either. Neapon is leading the race in a 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty comfortably so far. Neapon is leading the race in a 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Looks like they're holding the pace well and maintaining the top spot. JD Anburn is driving a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup, known for its agility and fun factor. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying consistent. Cadwell Park's tight corners and elevation changes are really shaking up the order. Overtakes are tricky, so the drivers who handle the bumps best are climbing up. Wayne Bretsky is driving a 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like he's holding a solid 4th place, probably making some good moves but still chasing the top 3. Epic Sugar is racing a 2014 Suzuki Swift, which is known for its agility and compact size. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying on track. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Smart A is now in 5th. Donut Zone 3 has also gained a spot and is in 6th. Smart A is now in 4th place, closing the gap with Maya Dot. JD Enburn is climbing to 8th place. The fight for 4th is heating up. Choseng's Coast is driving a 2016 Hyundai Elantra. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than most others. Story Forge is in 8th place driving a 2013 Peugeot 208 R2. Their fastest lap is just over a minute 52. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Amy's cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Maya is in 6th place with a Subaru Impreza WRX STI. The car's fastest lap is 1:48.216. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite close enough to challenge the top 3. Wow, Amy. Looks like you decided to make it look easy. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy, you really knocked it out of the park. Congratulations on winning the race. You've definitely earned that shiny trophy and bragging rights for the day. And big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. A 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4 is a pretty sweet ride, so enjoy cruising around in style. Smart A, you're not far behind with the most overtakes. That 2015 Nissan 370Z Nissimo GT4 is a fantastic choice. Looks like you've earned some serious bragging rights with those moves. Great race, everyone. Keep those engines revving for the next round. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Sydney Homebush Street Circuit is narrow and has tight corners, so a car that can grip the road and navigate sharp turns with precision would give the best advantage. Speed is important, but being able to control the car in those tricky sections is what really makes the difference here. Balance between acceleration and maneuverability would be the key to staying ahead. Alright, this is quite the interesting matchup. A 2013 Nissan Altima versus a 2007 Holden Commodore VE. Both are solid cars, but the Altima from 2013 should have a bit more modern tech and possibly better handling. The Commodore V, on the other hand, is known for its straightforward power and muscle build. Considering the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit is pretty tight and twisty, I'd lean slightly towards the Nissan Altima. It's a newer model and might handle the corners better. But don't count out the Commodore's raw horsepower. My bet is on the Nissan Altima taking the win, but with these two, anything can happen. Let's get this race started. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. Arlo Coast is starting on pole, driving a classic 27 Holden Commodore V. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the competition. Arlo Coast is leading the pack. Silukachu is right behind in second, and Senor Flip-Flipone 100 and 2020 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Senor Flip-Flipone 100 and 2020 and Tithulukachu are nose-to-nose for second place. Sophie is sneaking up to 6th. Atelier Torias is inching into the top 10. Justin Gilks is climbing to 13th place. NSNR Savage is advancing to 16th place. Rosaurus is in 17th, just ahead of Smart E in 18th. Plenty of time for a move, but right now they're stuck in the pack. Maya is trying to overtake Mootube for 7th place. Rowdy Zerolf and JD Anburn are nose to tail for 11th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Maya and Zufik are nose to tail for 6th place. Justin Gilks just gained 1 spot to 12th. Justin Gilks and Jade Anburn are locked in a close fight for 11th. Cthulhu Kacho and Arlo Coast are nose-to-nose for the lead. Moontuba just snuck into 7th place. NSNR Savage is climbing, now in 15th. La Croissant 1980 is in the 9th place with a 2007 Holden Commodore VE. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The race is tight behind them. Rosaurus is in the lead for the duel, but Smart E is right behind him. It's a tight battle, and one mistake could change everything. Justin Gilks is in the 13th place driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Nippon is in 5th place with a 2013 Nissan Altima Dada. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Kibukacho just overtook Arlo Coast and is now in the lead. They're nose-to-nose at the front. Arlo Coast is now in 1st place. Senor Flip-Flipone 100 and 3020 has climbed to 3rd. Amy is in 4th. The race is heating up. Sophie is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:37.365, which is decent but not quite as quick as the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Mootube just made a bold move to take the lead from 5 cars behind. Arlo Coast and Mootube are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Kurukachu and Arlo Coast are also locked in a close duel for 2nd place. Arlo Coast and Cthulhu Kachu are neck and neck for 1st place. Amy is climbing up to 3rd place. Sufik is making the move to 5th. Yadi Anburn is on a roll, climbing 4 places now in 6th. Arlacoste and Cthulhu Kachu are nose-to-nose fighting for the lead. Autoliar Torias just gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Arlacoste takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Amy is right behind in 2nd. Señor Flip-Flop on 102,020 climbs into 3rd dotted. The top 3 are now separated by just a hair. Rosaurus is climbing up to 13th place. Big Boy Bets is catching up to 14th place. Smart AA is sneaking into 15th place. Looks like everyone's feeling ambitious today. Señor Flip-Flop on 120 is driving a 27 Holden Commodore VE. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute, 36 seconds, 466 milliseconds. Their race looks steady but not quite catching the leaders. Alright folks, it looks like the AI's patience ran out and we're calling it a day early. The race was so intense, it decided to throw in the towel. But don't worry, the points are in, and they count. So, the current standings are locked in, and we'll see who's leading the pack so far. Stay tuned for more action and maybe some better AI driving in the next round. Wow, Arlacoste really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the streak in the next race. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The 1976 F1 cars were some of the most dramatic and dangerous in history. That year was marked by intense rivalry and some rather wild accidents, including Niki Lauda's infamous crash at the German Grand Prix. It was such a chaotic era that safety measures had to catch up after a series of dramatic and sometimes tragic events. So, basically, the 1976 F1 cars were not just about speed, but about surviving the race as well. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down faster than a turbocharged engine. Make your picks before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI gods decide for you. Hurry up and choose your dream car before the race begins. Oh wow, this is a clash of the vintage titans, isn't it? Both cars from the same year, so it's all about the driver's skill, and maybe a little bit of luck. The Brabham B245 looks like it's been through some historic adventures, and with Aerotech behind the wheel, I'd say they might have a slight edge on the technical side. But then again, Rusnapalm 6's FUF5 is a classic that could surprise us all if it handles the Alpine twist just right. Honestly, I'd probably put my chips on Aerotech, just because that car's aerodynamics look a bit sharper for those sharp ascents and descents. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, and sometimes the underdog makes the biggest splash. Let's see who's going to take the victory today. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off at the stunning Bernese Alps Festival track. Leading the pack is GMN Prime in the pole position, cruising in a classic 1976 Lotus 77. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the competition catches up. GM Prime is leading the race, followed closely by Lynn Lilac in second place. Daisy Shines is currently in third position, trying to keep up. Delphanity Beast is storming through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Shivika 704 is also making moves, climbing to 14th after passing 3 cars. Amy is climbing up to second place, gaining 2 spots. Aerotech just overtook Lynn Lilac, now in third place. Lynn Lilac is fighting hard to regain that spot. Captain Trippy and Dicey Chains are nose to tail for 5th place, no room for mistakes. Delphanity Beast and School Bus TV are nose to nose for 8th place. Rustapalm 6 is climbing up to 10th. I'm inching closer to 12th. Dicey Shanes is just ahead of Lynn Lilac in the 4th-place battle. Delphanity East is holding off School Bus AV for the 8th spot. Smart E and its Bumblebee are locked in a close fight for the 12th position. Delphanity Beast is climbing up to 8th place. Smart E is now in 12th. Shivika 704 and its Bumblebee are nose to nose for 13th. Captain Trippy just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Captain Trippy and Lynn Lilac are nose to nose fighting for 4th. Dicey Shines and Cap Trippy are also in a close duel for 5th. Delphanity Beast is charging through the field, now in 4th place after 3 quick overtakes. Egreets 34 has gained 1 spot, sitting in 7th. Dicey Shines and Egreds 34 nose to tail, fighting for 7th place. Delphanity Beast is chopping down the distance to Aerotic by over 1.25 seconds. Daisy Shines just climbed 1 spot into 7th. School Bus TV and Egreets 34 are nose to nose for 8th place. Serpra 3 just zoomed past 15 cars to take the lead. GMN Prime and Serpra 3 are now nose to nose for 1st place. School Bus V and Daisy Canes are locked in a close fight for 8th. Lockgen 7 is on a roll, overtaking 16 cars to grab the lead. GM Prime is not giving up easily. They're battling fiercely for 1st place. Captain Trippy just moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th. GMN Prime is now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 2nd. Aerotech is in 3rd. The race is tightening up. Smart E is climbing up to 9th place. Shivika 704 is also moving up to 10th place. Agrits 34 and Shivika 104 are nose to nose for 10th. Delphanity Beast is closing in on Aerotech, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. And Maya and its Bumblebee are locked in a tight battle for the 13th spot. Aerotech is holding a slight edge over Rusnapalm 6, but with only one lap to go, anything can happen. Aerotech's got the pace, but Rusnapalm 6 is right behind, waiting for a mistake. Smart A just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Rusnapalm 6 is now in 11th after a little game. And Maya is climbing into 13th, keeping the momentum. Well, look at GM Prime speeding to victory. Guess they really know how to leave the rest in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow! GM Prime really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on winning the race. That was a display of some serious AI racing skills. Well done! Sure thing. Did you know that Group C2 cars were sort of the budget-friendly siblings to the main Group C cars back in the day? They were lightweight and quick, but they didn't have quite the same fancy tech or big budgets. Still, they often managed to surprise everyone by beating their more glamorous counterparts in races. Looks like you don't need $1 million budget to be fast. Sometimes a little cleverness goes a long way. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen, or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you if your favorite gets left behind. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Swell place TV with that classic Mazda from 1985 versus me with the old school Dome RC82 from 1982. I mean, both are pretty nostalgic. But the real question is which one will handle this Deutschlandring better. The Mazda might have a slight edge in raw power due to its design, but the Dome has that sleek, lightweight feel. Honestly, I'm betting on the Dome to push through and come out ahead. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen and surprises are practically guaranteed. Stay tuned. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Deutschlandring, and Amy is on pole driving a classic 1982 Ford C100. She's got the lead to start, so let's see if she can keep up that vintage pace. Amy is leading the race right now, followed closely by a solid Sedan 91 in second place. Smart A is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Solich Adaminity 1 just overtook to take the lead. Amy and Solich Adaminity 1 are nose to nose for first place. It's their Aper is climbing fast, now in fourth after gaining 2 spots. Maya and Stabigale Killens are nose to tail for 9th place. Aisley and JC Productions are locked in a close fight for 13th. Buchicero and Edsley are battling it out for 14th. Buchicero and Edsley are nose to tail for 14th place. Morningstar and Beats with Kev are locked in a fierce fight for 17th. Sasatur and S. Davin Games are battling it out for 20th. Unstabil and Buchizero are nose to nose for 15th place. Morningstars just gained a spot to move into 17th. Beats with Kev and Morningstarsol are now fighting over the 17th position. Gary Seventon is now in 5th place after climbing 1 spot. Stabigale Killens has moved up 2 spots to 7th. And I am inching forward 1 spot to 9th. Aisley just nudged into the 13th spot. JC Productions is right behind, so this could get interesting. Unstabil just nudged ahead of Buchizero for 15th place. They're really nose to tail now. Stabigale Killens is driving a WMP 83 from 1985. Looks like they're holding steady in 7th place. Not making any big moves, but staying consistent. Vargala Svet and Enstick are nose to nose for 11th place. Unstabil and JC Productions are locked in a close fight for 14th. Morningstar Soul is climbing up to 16th, leaving some behind. Vargala Svet is climbing nicely to 11th place. Unstabil is making progress to 14th place. S. Davin Games is inching up to 18th place. Mistake is in 11th place with a Toyota Carina E GTI. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Mystic is currently in 11th place in the BTC class, driving a 1993 Toyota Carina eGTI. The race looks steady for them, but they haven't made any notable moves yet. Swell-placed TV is climbing up to 7th place. Abigail Killams and swell-placed TV are nose-to-nose for that spot. Morning Star Soul and JC Productions are locked in a close fight for 15. Abigail Killams is climbing up to 7th place. Morning Star Soul is now in 15th. Sasator is inching closer to Beats with Kev, closing the gap by a second and a third. JC Productions is in the 16th spot, driving a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Smart A is now in 2nd place. Abigail Killams is gaining on HP Lootcraft. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on Maya at the same rate. Maya is now 7th, closing in on the top 6. Uncanny Buddy has also gained 2 spots, sitting in 8. Looks like a little race for the middle. Gary 710 is driving a 1982 Ford C100. He's currently in 6th place, so he's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Unstable is on the move, climbing 4 places to 10. Morning Star Soul is catching up, overtaking 3 to reach 12. Buchitsero is also making progress, passing 3 to land in 14. Uncanny Buddy is really having a rough time, dropping back to 21st. Magala Svet is climbing steadily into 8th place. Unstabil is also making moves up to 9th. SS Davin Games is climbing to 14th place. Abigail Killams is gaining on Beats with Kev, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Congratulations to Solid Shadow Unity 1 on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag. Well done! Wow! Solid81 took the victory. Great job to them. They really showed the AI who's boss today. As for the drivers waiting to claim a car, congratulations to Maya for winning the bet race. You get to add the classic 1982 Dome RC82 to your collection. Not a bad win, I'd say. Sure. Did you know that during the early 2000s streetcars racing class, manufacturers started really pushing the envelope with electronic aids? It was like cars had tiny race engineers inside them, constantly adjusting things to shave off milliseconds. It's almost like a high-tech version of let's see how much digital magic we can pack into a car and call it a day. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down, so make your choice before the race starts. Don't miss out on the fun of seeing which AI gets to take the wheel. Welcome back, Crazy Finger Son. Glad to see you're back in the driver's seat. Ready to watch some AI cars go full throttle? Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. The Mercedes-Benz CLK 55 AMG is known for its powerful V8 engine and solid build quality. It's a classic that's been loved by enthusiasts for its smooth performance. On the other hand, the Mitsubishi Eclipse GT from 2006 is a sporty and agile choice, though it might lack the raw power of the Mercedes. Given the race is at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti, which favors a good balance of speed and handling, I'd bet on the Mercedes. Its larger engine and stability could give it an edge, especially if the AI drivers are smart enough to make the most of that. But hey, don't count out the Eclipse. It could surprise us with some unexpected agility. So, my bet is on the Mercedes-Benz CL K55 AMG to take the victory. But I'll be watching closely to see if the Mitsubishi can pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti, and Gabby the Minimac is starting on pole in the 2003 Peugeot 206 RC. Let's see if that tiny hatchback can hold its ground today. Gabby the Minimac has shot to the front, leading the race. Skeksis Beaupré is holding strong in second place. Smart A is currently in third, hanging on tight. Maya is now in ninth place after overtaking 3 cars. Now Pink Wolf has also gained 3 positions, now in 19th. Gary 710 has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Orange Funk has moved up to 10th place, also gaining 1 spot. And our Pink Wolf is in 18th place. inching up one spot as well. Smart A is climbing nicely into second place. Maya is making a move up to 7. Orange Funk is also advancing to 9. The race is heating up. LXHEX into 8 is climbing up to 11th place. Thomas Moran and Aussie 2002 are nose-to-nose for 14. Big Boy Bets and Crazy Fingers Son are locked in a fierce fight for 16. Orange Funk is climbing to 8th place. Gary 17 and Orange Funk are nose-to-nose for 8. Alexei Exodate is sneaking into 10th. Smart E and Gabby the Minimac are still neck and neck for first place. Gary 710 just climbed up one spot to 8. Spear Like Hail is closing in on Chateau Tadurka 39, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Smart A just took the lead and is now in first place. Nox Exodus has moved up one spot to 4th. Grampy Europe and Nox Exodus are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th place. LXXEX is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Nox Exodus is closing the gap on Skixie's Beau Prix, cutting it down by nearly 2 seconds. Maya just moved up one spot to 5th, making a little progress. LXCX8 is really eyeing Maya now, closing that gap by 1.4 seconds. Spear Like Hail just bumped up one spot to 11th, climbing the ranks. Spear Like Hail is climbing up to 10th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Gary 17 are nose-to-nose for 11. Crazy Finger Son is advancing to 13. Orange Funk is gaining on Autumn Thunderbird, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Crazy Finger Son and Shoto Todoroki 39 are battling fiercely for 12th place. Now Pink Wolf is climbing up to 15th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Crazy Finger Son and Gary 710 are nose-to-nose for 12th. Aussie 210 and Ice are swapping positions in the 16th spot. LXCX Natate is climbing up to 5th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is closing in on Spear Like Hail, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Rome Spider is moving up to 17th place. Rome Spider and Ice are battling it out for 16. LXEXAEA is really closing the gap on Nox Exodus now. Orange Funk just made a move up one spot to 8th place. Spear Like Hail and Autumn Thunderbird are nose-to-nose for 9. LXAX Inuit is gaining on Nox Exodus, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Mare Pink Wolf is catching Thomas Moran, closing the gap by 1 second. Ice has moved up one spot to take the 17th place. Orange Funk and Grampy Jurf are neck and neck for 7th place. Spear Like Hail is sneaking up to 9th, trying to squeeze into the top 10. Autumn Thunderbird and Spear-like Hill are locked in a close fight for ninth. Congratulations, Smart E. Looks like you took the checkered flag with style. Who knew you had it in you? Wow! Smarty took the race and set the fastest lap. Congrats on that incredible drive. You've earned the 2001 BMW M3E 46. A true legend of the streets. As for Crazy Fingerson, with the most overtakes, you're claiming the 2000 Plymouth Prowler. Nice work, both of you. The competition was fierce, but those achievements really stand out. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the race starts. Don't let your favorite slip away, or you'll be stuck watching the chaos unfold without a say. Hurry up and choose wisely. Oh wow. This is like a blast from the past, versus a bit of a muscle car showdown. The Toyota Celica Turbo from 1977 is known for its lightweight agility and snappy handling, so it might try to dance around those corners at Estoril Retro. On the other hand, the Greenwood Corvette GTX from 1978 is all about muscle and straight-line power, so it could be the one to watch on the long straights but maybe struggle a bit in the tighter turns. Honestly, I'd say it comes down to whether the race favors quick handling or raw power. I'd lean slightly toward the Corvette because muscle cars tend to dominate in open tracks, but I'd keep an eye on the Toyota for some clever moves. This is too close to call without seeing them in action. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Estoril Retro, and leading the pack is Zotsfired in a classic 1977 BMW 320U Turbo. Looks like he's got the pole position, ready to show these newer models who's boss. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Zotsfired has taken an early lead, with Adam Flash right behind in second place. Epic Sugar is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks to shake things up soon. Flash and Fired are nose to tail at the front. Epic Sugar and Flash are also locked in a fierce duel for second. Amy is climbing fast, now in 7th after overtaking 2 cars. Flash is now in 1st place. Cheese in Dash Hour has moved up to 9. Titus 61 has advanced to 11. Mahokaos just climbed 1 spot to 11. Dank Nuggins also moved up 1 to 13. Lin Lilac and Dank Nuggins are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Epic Sugar just overtook someone and is now in 2nd place. Smart E and Cheese in Dash Hour are nose to nose for 9. Taste 61 and Mahokaos are also battling it out for 11th. Girl just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Girl of Diamond is also climbing up to 4th. Smart A is making moves to 9. The race is heating up. Crazy Fingerson and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Mahokaos just gained 1 spot, now 11th. Bean Streams and Jade Anburn are locked in a fierce duel for 15. Maya is now in 5th place, closing in on the leaders. Bean Streams has climbed to 14th place, but Dank Nuggins is right behind him, making it a tight fight for that position. Epic Sugar is closing in on Flash fast enough to make it a tight squeeze. Smart A is gaining ground on Crazy Fingerson with a 2.2 second reduction. JD Anburn just moved up 1 spot to 15th place, climbing the ranks. Fire just made a clean move past Amy now. They are side by side for 6th place. The Group 5 cars are dominating the front with aggressive overtakes, while the vintage ultralights are stuck in a slower pack, probably due to less power and grip on this track. Epic Sugar is trying to chase down Flash, holding the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's pushing hard to overtake. Crazy Fingerson just overtook someone to take the 7th place. Fired and Crazy Fingerson are still neck and neck for 7th. Meanwhile, Smart E and Fired are locked in a close fight for 8th. Smart E is climbing nicely into the top 8. Bean Streams is also making progress into the top 15. Titus 61 and Bean Streams are nose to tail for 12th place. This is getting interesting. Titus 61 is gaining on Mahokaos, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ronnie Rampage and Big Old Nerd are locked in a fierce duel for 17th place. JD Anburn is racing a 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider, currently in 16th place. They're slightly behind the leaders in the vintage class and trying to catch up. Lin Lilac and Jade Anburn are nose to tail fighting for the 14th spot. JD Anburn just nudged ahead, but Lin Lilac isn't giving up yet. Mahoka's vintage Chinook Mark II is currently in 11th place. Their fastest lap is just over 153. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Girl of Diamond is in a Greenwood Corvette GTX from 1978. They're currently in 4th place and running a decent race, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Katsumer Girl is gaining on Epic Sugar, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mahokawas and Chizandashower are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Bean Streams and Taita 61 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Amy is gaining on Maya quickly now. The gap is shrinking fast. Smart E has climbed to 7th place. Nice move. Bean Streams is now in 12th. Making progress. Mahokaos advances to 10th place. Bean Streams climbs to 11th. JD Unburn moves up to 12th. JD Unburn and Bean Streams are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is holding a solid 5th place with the fastest lap, so he's definitely making the push. Looks like he's trying to catch up but still has some ground to cover. Congratulations to Adam Flash for winning the race at Astoro Retro. Looks like they really took the checkered flag. Well done. Wow, Adam Flash, you really showed everyone else how it's done. Huge congratulations on winning the race. That's quite the achievement. As for the rest of you, great effort. Remember, the chance to claim a car is still on the table. Maya, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo. Group 5. Way to go. Keep those engines revving for the next round. Sure thing. The 1996 Opel Calibra DTM was actually built for racing. But it was so powerful and advanced that people started joking that it could probably race itself to the coffee shop and back. It was a true beast on the track, showcasing Opel's tech and speed during the DTM series. Oh, this is an interesting matchup. The Smart E with the 1990 Mercedes 190E. Evo 2 is like bringing a classic hero to the race, full of old-school charm and maybe a bit more agility. The Deja Magicats 1994 Mercedes C 180 DTM has that racing pedigree, but it's a bit more modern and probably a little heavier. Given that it's Golden Port, a track that rewards sharp handling and agility, I might lean slightly towards the 190 Evo the circuit. But don't count out the DTM version, it's built for racing after all. So I'd say it's a neck-and-neck battle with a slight edge to the classic. But honestly, it could go either way. Who do you guys think is going to take the win? Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Goldenport, and leading the pack is Lord Crispy in a classic 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. Looks like he's got the early edge. But you know how these AI races love to keep us guessing? Let's see if he can hold on to that pole. Lord Crispy is leading the race, followed closely by Maldox DCF in second place. Velocito 14 is currently in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Bubute is climbing one spot to take the 10th place. Edie Leave and Bubute are nose to nose for 10. Madisbury is also moving up one spot to 15. Awildreino just overtook Madisbury and is now in 15th place. They're nose to nose in this close fight. Detoxins is driving a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra in the BTC class. They are currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Detoxins is driving a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra in the BTC class. Actoctaride. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. The track seems to favor the classic Opel Calibras with the top 3 spots, but the Mercedes 190 is holding its own just behind. The Alfa Romeo is hanging in there despite the tough competition. Raphael is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra Dotut. They're currently in 14th place, so it looks like a pretty steady race with some room to improve. Detoxins is driving a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra in the BTC class. Audin. They are currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Detoxins is driving a Vauxhall Vectra from 1996. Attention. Looks like they're struggling with the pace. Currently holding a very slow lap time, or possibly disconnected. Madisbury just overtook Wildrino and is now in 15th place. They are still close together, so expect more action soon. Madisbury is driving a Renault 19 from 1993. Looks like they're struggling a bit. Currently in 16th place and quite a way behind the leaders. Smart E is just ahead of Digimagacat, but with only 3 laps left, it's anyone's game. Tmagishat might be eyeing that overtake if he can find a gap. Velocito 14 is racing a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in 3rd place and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the top 2. Raphael is climbing one spot to take the 13th position. Rosigold Gaming and Raphael are nose to nose, fighting for that 13th spot. Maldox FC Eve is leading the race in a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They've set the fastest lap so far, so the race looks smooth and confident. Rafael is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra. They're currently in the middle of the pack, but seem to be struggling a bit with lap times, sitting just behind the top 10. Eddie Oliva is driving a Volvo 850, starting in 10th place. Their fastest lap is way off the pace at 1 minute 14 seconds, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya is currently in 4th place with her 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. She's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Looks like she's keeping it cool in the mid-pack. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is driving a 1991 Ford Sierra Sapphire. Looks like they're struggling a bit with the pace, currently in the last position among BTC racers, and quite a ways behind the leader. Maldox ETF is driving a classic Opel Calibra DTM from 1996. They're currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Lord Secretsby is leading in a classic Opel Calibra DTM from 1996. Looks like they're holding a solid pace and maintaining the top spot without much drama so far. Alvaro Eno is driving a Ford Sierra Sapphire from 1991. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time in the field, and a position in the middle of the pack. Brandigan is trying to hold off Amy, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like Amy might just squeeze past soon. Meanwhile, Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Wow, Lord Secretsby, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic race. Congratulations to Lord Secretsby for taking home the victory. You really showed those AI cars who's boss today. And a big shout out to Smart E for winning the bet race. That 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2 is a classic, and I bet it's going to look perfect in your virtual garage. Plus, hats off to Amy for the most overtakes. That's some bold driving right there. You get to claim the sleek 1996 Alfa Romeo 155T IV6i. Can't wait to see who claims what next time. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Phillip Island circuit, I'd probably go with the 2018 Volkswagen Golf R. It's got the horsepower, the all-wheel drive, and a reputation for handling like a dream on twisty tracks. Plus, it's probably the most serious contender in this list of mostly fun-sized pocket rocket. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hustle. The time is almost up, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the fun, right? Hurry up and get those selections in. Alright, let's break it down. The Mazda MX-5 is known for its nimbleness and lightweight agility, especially around tight corners. Meanwhile, the BMW M135i has more power and a bit more grip, thanks to its turbocharged engine and all-wheel drive capabilities. Given the track's mix of sharp turns and straights, I'd say it's going to come down to who handles the corners better, which probably favors my Pink Wolf and his Mazda. But hey, Amy's BMW isn't a slouch either. And if she can leverage that extra power on the straights, she might just surprise us all. Honestly, I'm leaning slightly towards inner Pink Wolf due to the car's lighter weight and agility around Phillip Island's winding sections. Who are you placing your bets on? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Phillip Island with Uncle Tobin leading in a 2015 Mazda MX-5 from the slow car class. Let's see if that little roadster can hold on to his lead or if the faster cars catch up. Uncle Tobin has shot off the line into the lead, with Adam Flash right behind in second. Oscar Wolf is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Adam Flash takes the lead and is now in first place. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to second. Iconic Odd is also moving up to third. The top three are shaping up nicely. Epic Sugar is climbing to fifth place. The Hidden Idol and Magical Bleich are neck and neck for 8. Jason Dashauer and Base Nazar 2 are fighting hard for 9. Epic Sugar is climbing to 4th place. Shoto Todoroka 39 is now in 6th. Cheese and Dashauer has moved into 9th. Cheese and Dashauer and Magical Bleich are nose to tail for 8th place. Maya just snuck into 10th and is closing in. Amy's climbing 2 spots and now sits in 13th. Maya is climbing to 8th place. Amy is now in 13th. Their Pink Wolf is in 15th. The race is heating up with some steady moves. Maya just gained 1 more spot, now in 8th place. Chizinda Shower and Magical Bleich are nose to nose for 9th. Amy has also climbed 1 spot, now in 11th. Cheese and Dash Shower is climbing up to 8th place. Our Pink Wolf is gaining on Just Eve, closing the gap by a second and a half. I Raphael and Smart E are nose to nose for 16th place. Shoto Todoroka 39 and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for 5th place. Maya and Kufo are locked in a close fight for 7th. Amy is climbing up to 10th place. Shoto Todoroka 39 is climbing to 5th place. Maya is now in 7th. Amy has moved into 9th. Maya and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy is chipping away at Kufo, closing the gap by over a second. Just Netf is climbing up to 13th, making moves. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has gained 2 spots and is now in 7th. Smart E has moved up one spot to 15. Adam Flash is leading the race in a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. Marta Koblach is driving a 2010 Fiat Punto Evo Sport Day Wool. He's currently in 8th place, so he's holding steady, but not exactly tearing up the track. The modern street cars class is pretty evenly matched, but the Phillip Island circuit's fast corners and long straights favor the more agile and powerful cars. That's why the frontrunners are mostly BMWs and Hyundais, with the slower cars struggling to keep up. Amy is climbing fast to 5th place. Kufo and Chiesendashauer are nose to tail for 9th. No sign of slowing down yet. Besignis Art Bull is climbing 2 spots to take 10th place. Shikomaru and Koifo are nose-to-nose fighting for 11th. IIFA is inching up 1 spot to 13th. Basnis out. Benchesendashauer are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Shikomaru is climbing up to 11th. Smart A is inching closer to just Hanetfi, closing the gap by a second. 1. Bessinis Artwu and Chiesendashauer are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Airafael is inching forward, climbing 1 spot to 12th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Kufo has also gained 1 position, now in 12th. Kufo and Shikomaru are nose to tail fighting for 11th place. Wow! Adam Flash really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow. Adam Flash really took the victory there. Congratulations on the win, you earned it. And hey Amy, you won the bet race, and can now claim that sleek 2015 BMW M35? Nice job. Looks like we've got some winners today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Autopolis Oita is known for its sharp turns and technical sections. So a car that can stick to the road and navigate tight corners with precision would have the best chance. Speed is important, but if the car can't stay glued to the track through those twists and turns, it won't matter how fast it is on the straights. So, nimbleness and stability are key here. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, you better do it now before the timer runs out. Time's almost up, so don't miss your chance to make your choice. Get those selections in and let's see which AI racer comes out on top. Oh, this is a classic showdown. The Lotus 40 from 1965 has its charm but might lack a little of the modern finesse we see in the McLaren M6 GT from 1970. It's like watching vintage charm versus a slightly more refined racing machine. Given the specs and the tweaks these AI drivers might have, I'd probably put my money on you, Maya. The McLaren's a bit more aerodynamic and probably handles the corners at Autopolis a tad better. But hey, who knows? Sometimes the old school surprise us with a surprise move. So, keeping my fingers crossed for you to take the win here. Let's see if the love of the old car carries some extra luck. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Autopolis Oita, and Amy is starting on pole with her vintage 1965 Lola T70 Mark I. Looks like she's got the early lead, but these AI drivers are known for surprises, so stay tuned. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Butcha Zero in second and the Hyper 7 in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Ovidus is climbing up one spot to take fourth place. Ovidus and the Hyper 7 are nose to nose for third. Smart A and Ovidus are also in a close fight for fourth. Smart A is climbing up one spot to take fourth place. Oidos and Smart E are nose to nose for fourth. Crazy Sweet Bud is also moving up one spot to sit in sixth. Rogue is on a roll, climbing 4 places to take fourth. Maya is hot on their heels, also up 3 spots to fifth. Dehi Per 7 is making a move, grabbing second place. Bujitsero and Ovidus are nose to tail for 6th place. Kakrishk is climbing 2 spots to 12. Chris Gopher and Hikrishki are nose to nose for 12th place. Chizin Dashauer and Athena CNC are locked in a fierce duel for 14. Oscar Wolf just gained 1 spot and is now in 17. Chris Gofra advances to 12th place. Chizinda Shower climbs to 14th place. Athena CNC and Chizinda Shower are nose to tail for 14th place. Theon Clay Yuisho just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. He's now in a close fight with Butcha Zero for 7. Crazy Sweet Butt and Theon Clay Josho are also battling for 8th. Diam Clay Show is climbing up to 7th place. Hikrishk and Kreisgopher are locked in a close fight for 12th. Cheese and Dashauer is advancing to 14th. The prototype's 1960 cars are dominating at Autopolis Oita, clearly suited for this track with their speed and agility. The vintage ultralights are hanging in there, but they're clearly at a disadvantage in raw pace. Ovidus is driving a 1966 Lola T70 Mark Ani Ford, starting in 4th place. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite in the lead. The race seems tight with a lot of close competition. Crazy Sweetbutt and Buchizero are neck and neck for 8th place. Christ Gopher and Liam are locked in a close fight for 11th. Oscar Wolf just gained 1 spot and is now 16th. The tight corners at Autopolis seem to favor the faster prototypes, but the slower vintage ultralights are hanging in there, probably thanks to tricky turns and maybe some driver skill. Zupa Ziggy is in 12th place with a vintage McLaren M1B. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Buchizero is driving a Porsche 908 Spider, a classic racing machine known for its lightweight and agility. They're currently in 8th place but are significantly behind the leader in terms of lap times. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Smart A is really closing the gap on the Hyper 7 now. Crazy Sweetbutt just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Super Siggy also gained 1 spot, now in 9th. Things are heating up. Gemaster Tegamer 9000 is on a roll, climbing 10 places to 5th. Rose Hours just nudged up 1 spot to 17th. Gemaster Tegamer 9000 is storming through the field, overtaking 4 cars to claim the top spot. Amy and Gemaster Tegamer 9000 are nose to nose in a fierce fight for first place. Buchizero is climbing up the ranks, just 1 spot away from the top 10. The Hyper 7 just snuck into 2nd place. Gemaster Tegamer 9000 the Hyper 7 are nose to nose for the lead. Smart A is climbing up to 3rd. Looks like a close fight at the front. Congratulations to the Hyper 7 for taking the top spot at Autopolis Oita. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well deserved. Big congratulations to the Hyper 7 for taking the victory. Great race, well deserved. And now a shout out to Smart E for setting the fastest lap. You can claim the vintage 1966 Chaparral 2E. Nice work. Also, I'm thrilled to announce that I won the bet race, so I get to add the 1970 McLaren M6G to my collection. Looks like I'll be upgrading my garage very soon. Sure. Did you know that the 1995 Indy cars were some of the last to feature manual gearboxes before most of the world switched to automatic transmissions? It's like racing with a built-in workout for your left leg. Imagine the driver shifting gears at lightning speed while trying to focus on not flying off the track. Talk about dedication. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. The 1995 Penske PC23 is a legendary car, known for its balanced handling and speed. It's a real race winner if driven well. On the other hand, the Reynard 95 is also a strong contender, especially with its aerodynamics and design focus. Given the track is Autosport Speedway Oval, which favors power and stability, I might lean slightly towards Maya's Penske. But don't count Rob Swizzle out. Reynard has some serious agility that could shake things up. It's going to be a close one, I think, and I'm excited to see which of these vintage beasts comes out on top. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Autosport Speedway. Dongnutsong 3 is on pole, rocking that classic 1995 Penske PC23. Get ready for some high-speed nostalgia. Dongnutsong 3 has shot to the front, holding the lead. Catgirl TM is right behind in second, and Schoolghost AV is in third. Looks like a close battle already. Schoolbus Rostefi and Catgirl TM are nose-to-nose for second place. Amy and LXXAX are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Merchicken Live just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Merchicken Live and Amy are battling closely for fifth. Catgirl TM just overtook Dongnutsong 3 to take the lead. Lanoni 1857 is making a move, climbing 2 spots to fifth. The battle for first is heating up. Vanona 1857 is trying to squeeze past Amy for 5th place. Just Pancakes and Merchicken live a nose-to-tail for 7th. Owing Storm and Just Pancakes are battling for 8th. Looks like a game of leapfrog. Dongnutsong 3 just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy and Vanona 1857 are still neck and neck for 5th place. Merchicken Live and Amy are battling hard for 6th. Wayne and Bredsky is dropping like a stone to 20. Amy 1857 are nose-to-nose for 5th. Nadisberry is climbing to 8th. Nadisberry and Merchicken Live are fighting for 7th. Catgirl TM just overtook Dongnutsong 3 to take the lead. Dongnutsong 3 is trying to fight back but still in 2nd place. LXEX and Schoolghost AV are nose-to-nose for 3rd. The race is heating up at the front. Vanona 1857 and LXEX are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Nadisberry and Just Pancakes are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Caffeinated Car is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Vanona 1857 and LXAXEX are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Merchicken Live just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Amy and Merchicken Live are battling hard for 6th. Caffeinated cars on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Merchikindai is losing ground, dropping 6 positions to 12. Amy is also falling back, now in 13th place after losing 6 spots. Simplomachus is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is dropping back to 20th place after losing 7 positions. Vanona 1857 is inching forward to 4th place, just 1 spot ahead. Caffeinated cars climbing nicely into the top 7. A Windstorm and Beth Rayleigh are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a battle for the bottom of the top 10 is heating up. Just Pentakis is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack at 19. Caffeinated cars climbing steadily to 6. Ice is also making moves. Now, 7. Dimplemachus is gaining fast on that salty Serena, closing the gap by 14.1 seconds. The Disbury is having a tough time and drops 6 positions, now in 16th. Just Penchakis is on the move, closing in on his basic Switchix with a 16.5 second gap, but joy. Wow, Catgirl TM really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Catgirl TM really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned that victory. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure, the 1998 Arrows A19 might not be the most famous car on the grid. But here's a fun fact. It was powered by a Supertech-built Mugen Honda engine, which was quite the underdog compared to the dominant Renault and Ferrari engines of that era. It's like the little engine that could, just trying to keep up in a race full of giants. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision before the race starts without you. Don't want to miss out on your chance to cheer for your favorite AI driver. Alright. So, Kilo Julia Delta is behind the wheel of a 1998 Prosta P01, and Scorched Log is piloting a 1998 Tyrrell 026. Both cars are from the same era. but the Prost was often considered a bit more competitive that year, especially in terms of handling and overall design. The Tyrrell, on the other hand, had its moments, but was generally a step behind in the performance race. Given that, I'd probably put my money on Kilo Juliet Delta to take the win here. The Prost's design should give it a slight edge on a short, technical track, like Road Atlanta Short. But of course with AI racing anything can happen. Sometimes the underdog pulls through or a technical glitch throws everything into chaos. We'll see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Road Atlanta Short Track, and leading the pack is Shattered Pixel, in the pole position, behind the wheel of a classic 1998 Minority 8. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold up in this robotic showdown. Shattered Pixel is leading the race with a strong start. Bleach Mepsi is holding second place, trying to keep up. Unknown Tactics is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Lingshi caught 21, and the other racer are nose to tail for fourth place. Lepus 3 and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close fight for 16th. Gabe Oogie is climbing up the field, gaining 2 spots to sit in 18th. Ling Shikog 21 is climbing up to 4th place. Jabu Oogie is also moving up, now in 17th. Lebus 3 and Jabu Oogie are nose to nose for 17th. Leash Mepsi just overtook and is now in first place. Shattered Pixel is right behind, not giving up easily. Elitzetone 95 and Iconic Odd are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to second place. Shattered Pixel and Unknown Tactics are nose to nose for second. Elitzetone 95 and Iconic Odd are fighting hard for the 13th spot. Ling Chi Code 21 and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail for third place. Iconic Odd just gained a spot to 12th. Jay Boogie and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close fight for 16th. Ling Che Caught 21 is climbing up to third place. Unstabil is now in 12th. Raditsa Activa Vixen has moved into 14th. Unknown Tactics just overtook someone to take the lead. Leech Mepsi and Unknown Tactics are nose to tail at the front. Over in the midfield, Smarty and Maya are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Leech Mepsi is now in first place. Someone is climbing up to take fourth. Shattered Pixel and another racer are locked in a close fight for fourth. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing up to 15th place. Wubote is making a move to 26th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Shattered Pixel and Amy are still neck and neck for 5th. Iconic Odd and Raiders or Activa Vixen are trading positions around 13th. Clevis 3 is really having a tough time dropping 10 places to 30. Unknown Tactics is climbing steadily to take the lead. Bleach Maps and Unknown Tactics are nose to nose for the top spot. Looks like a close fight. Someone and Flinchy Caught 21 are nose to nose for third place. Jordan F is climbing up to 9. Smart A is making a move up to 24. Congratulations to Unknown Tactics on the victory. Looks like all those tactics paid off. Well-deserved win. Wow, what a surprise. Congratulations to Unknown Tactics for taking the win. Clearly, they know their way around a virtual racetrack. Nice job. Here's a fun fact about the 1995 Rough CT R2. This car is often called the Yellowbird, and it's famous for being one of the most iconic and fastest Porsche-based cars of its time. Roof, a small German company, built it as a tribute to the legendary Porsche 911, but with a lot of custom engineering. The CTR2 could reach speeds of over 180 miles per hour, and was known for its incredible handling and power, making it a real beast on the road and the track. It's basically the ultimate street legal race car from the mid-90s. Hey everyone! If you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time. Don't make me pick for you, because trust me, I wouldn't choose that weird purple one with a giant spoiler. Get your selection in before the countdown hits 0. Alright, so we have Rome Spider in a classic Ferrari 288 GTO Evoluzione, and me in a Lotus Esprit V8. The Ferrari is definitely a beast with its legendary Italian flair and a dash of vintage engineering. But the Lotus is known for its agility and sharp handling. At New Jersey Motorsports Park, where tight corners and quick turns are key, I'd say the Lotus has the advantage due to its nimbleness. The Ferrari's power is impressive, but it might struggle a bit more with the track's technical sections. So, if I had to make a bet, I'd put my chips on the Lotus Esprit V8. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Ferrari will surprise us all with a burst of vintage speed. Alright everyone, the race is underway at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and Gravy Graves is starting on pole in a classic 1993 Vector W8. Let's see if those retro supercars can hold on to their lead. Filthy Old Guy has taken an early lead. Gravy Graves is holding strong in second. And King Rut is right behind in third. Looks like a classic battle already shaping up. Shikomaru is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Willow Shrub and Arlo Coast are neck and neck fighting for 7. Higuraja Sport has gained 2 positions and is now in 9. Amy just gained a spot to 13th place. Deluxe Combo is also climbing up to 17. Deluxe Combo and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to nose for 16. Gravy Graves just sneaked into the lead, pushing Filthy Old Guy down a spot. They're nose to nose for the top spot. Deluxe Combo and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close fight for the 16th position. King Rut and Filthy Old Guy are nose to nose for 2nd place. Cthulhu Kachu just gained 1 spot to 11th A. Kaiosify is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 12. Higuraja Sport advances to 8th place. Trihatriat and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close fight for 16. Whipriao, Tau 25 climbs to 18. Trihatriat climbs 1 spot to 16. Zaprandigan advances 2 places to 17. Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Zaprandigan are locked in a close fight for the 17th position. Filthy Old Guy is now in 1st place. Gravy Graves and Filthy Old Guy are battling for the lead. Trihatriat has moved up 1 spot to 15th. Arlo Coast is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 3rd place. Higuraja Sport is also making moves, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 4th. King Rut is having a tough time, dropping back 8 places to 11th. Deluxe Combo is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Zaprandigan is also making moves, now in 14th. Leech Maps is gaining ground, now in 17th. The race is heating up. Kaiosify just sneaked into the top 10. Deluxe Combo and Cheese and Dash Shower are nose to nose for 11. Trihatriat is climbing up to 14. Kaiosify and Okinabaka are nose to nose for 9th place. Zaprandigan is inching up to 14. Gravy Graves is climbing to 21st. Arlo Coast is driving a 1984 Ferrari 288 GO, which is known for its classic design and turbocharged V8. Their race seems to be improving as they moved up from 7th to 3rd place. But their lap times are significantly slower than the leaders. Zimplemarkers has just taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Willow Shrub and Cthulhukachu are nose to nose for 7th. Looks like a close fight for those last few podium spots. Arlo Coast is inching closer to Filthy Old Guy, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. They're locked in a fierce battle for 2nd place. Willow Shrub just overtook someone to climb into 7th. Things are heating up. Gravy Graves is closing in on Maya fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Erlikos just overtook someone to grab second place. Trihar Triad is making moves up to the 19th spot. Kudukachu is really taking the scenic route now at 20. Kayozify is climbing steadily to 8. Okinabaka is also making moves to 9. The pack is tightening up. Skodarovs just overtook someone to take 5th place. Whipperl 25 and Bleach Mepsi are nose to tail for 14th. Looks like Bleach Mepsi is making moves. Trihar Triad just climbed 1 spot to 16. Rome Spider also moved up 1 to 18. Looks like they're both making some progress. Okinabaka climbs to 8th place. Willow Shrub and Okinabaka are nose to nose for 7th. Chizinda Shower advances to 9th. Wow, Simpler Markers really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow. Simpler Markers really pulled it off, didn't they? Congratulations! That was a fantastic race. And they deserved that win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Here's a fun fact about the 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix. It was known for its smooth ride, and was quite popular among buyers looking for a comfortable American cruiser. Interestingly, that year it featured a V6 engine option that was actually quite efficient for its time, making it a surprisingly practical choice in the early 80s. Talk about a classic that knew how to combine style and function. Alright, so we've got two drivers in the same vintage ride, racing at Bannockbrae Yard. And honestly, with no info about their skills, it's pretty much a coin toss. Radiza Roactiva Vixen could be a secret racing prodigy or just someone who's good at picking a fun car. Girl Love Diamond might be the same story. If I had to pick, I'd say let's see if the driver with the more dazzling name can bring some sparkle to the track. But really, it's anyone's game. May the best driver, or the luckiest one, win. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bannock Yard and leading the pack is the chaotic weirdo in a classic 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix, lining up on pole. Buckle up, this one's gonna be a throwback ride. The race kicks off with the chaotic weirdo leading the pack, followed closely by Fuso in second place. Amy is right behind in third, probably already planning her next move. James Mayon and Cobb are nose to tail for fourth place. Edzos 21 and Junagot the leads are locked in a close fight for ninth. Third Gaming Gate just gained a spot and is now 12th. Starbix and Sugamingate are nose to nose for 12th place. Maya just climbed one spot to 14th. Cherugamarasa and Maya are fighting hard for the same position. Cobber is now in third place, closing the gap on the top two. Amy and Cobber are battling hard for that third spot. Starbix has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th. Joan Wolf is on the move, climbing to 18th place. Girl of Diamond is also making progress, reaching 20th place. Navling is gaining ground, moving to 24th. Evolution 954 is making a move, now in 26th place after overtaking 3 cars. Chosen's Coast is closing the gap on Circa Mingay, shaving off a second and a half. Girl of Diamond is gaining on Unstable, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Zachariah TV is in 18th place, driving a Pontiac Grand Prix from 1982. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably fighting for position but not quite making the moves yet. Abeta Bloke and Feskis are neck and neck for 6th place. I See Maya is closing in on Exley, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Feskis is driving a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix, same as everyone else here. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, not making any big moves but staying consistent. The race seems to be a tight pack so far. Oscar Wolf is in 23rd place, starting from the back. His car is a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix, just like the others. Looks like he's been stuck in traffic and struggling to move up. Edzos 21 is climbing up to 8th place now. Jonas Gottlieds and Edzos 21 are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for that spot. Girl of Diamond is in 21st place, driving in 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix d'Auto. The race seems tight with her staying close but not quite making moves forward. Radizero Activa Vixen is stuck behind Girl of Diamond, so unless she pulls off a miracle, she's not winning this one. Girl of Diamond has the inside track for now. Feskis is cruising in a Pontiac Grand Prix from 1982. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place. No drama so far. The NASCAR 1980 cars are holding steady, but the track seems to be favoring the front runners with little overtaking. The car class might be limiting the chaos, keeping the order pretty predictable so far. Girl of Diamond is in 21st place with a Pontiac Grand Prix from 1982. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably waiting for a miracle or a crash. Starbucks is in 12th place driving a Pontiac Grand Prix from 1982. Their fastest lap is just over 2:23, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a mid-pack battle for now. Oscar Wolf is in 22nd place, driving a Pontiac Grand Prix from 1982. Their fastest lap is around 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The NASCAR 1980 cars seem evenly matched, but the track might be favoring some drivers over others. The top contenders are all within a second of each other, so it's a tight race. Zerkamingate is in 13th place with a decent lap time of 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Their car is a Pontiac Grand Prix from 1982, and they seem steady, but not quite in the top tier yet. Aisley's in 7th, holding the fastest lap, so he's definitely making a push. Just needs to find a way to turn that speed into a better position. Nox Exodus is in 23rd place with a fastest lap of 2:23.8881. Their car is holding steady but hasn't shown much speed to climb higher. Looks like a mid-pack effort so far. Well, look at that. The Chaotic Weirdo has taken the top spot. Guess all that practice paid off. Who knew? Wow, way to go, Chaotic Weirdo. You really showed those other cars who's boss. That was a fantastic race and you totally earned that victory. Great job. Alright, so the 2000 BR002 might not be the most famous car out there, but here's a fun tidbit. This car was part of the bar team during the early 2000s Formula One seasons, and it's basically like the underdog of racing cars. Even though it didn't win a lot, it was packed with innovation and a lot of the technology that would eventually make its way into faster, more popular racers. Think of it as the quiet genius of the racing world, just waiting to surprise everyone when you least expect it. Hey everyone! Time's almost up. Make those final choices count because once the clock hits 0, the racing stars are locked in. Get your picks in and let's see which AI cars dominate the track. Welcome back, Aussie Wolfgamingone, 1899. Glad to see you've returned to witness some high-octane AI racing action. Buckle up for a wild ride. Alright, so we've got Shattered Pixel in the flashy McLaren and JC Productions in the reliable Williams. Both are from the same era, so it'll really come down to the car's strengths and the driver's finesse. The McLaren MP415 is known for its speed and agility, especially on tight corners, while the Williams FW22 has a solid balance of downforce and stability. Given the track is Algarve, with its mix of high-speed straights and sharp turns, I'd lean towards the McLaren, bringing that extra edge with its raw power. But don't count out the Williams either. It tends to be a steady performer and could surprise us with its handling. In the end, I think Shattered Pixel's McLaren might just have a slight advantage for that extra burst of speed. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. So I'm excited to see it unfold. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Algarve. Leading the pack from pole is Aussie Wolfgamingone 1899, behind the wheel of a 2000 McLaren MP415. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if chaos awaits. Aussie Wolfgamingone 1899 is leading the race, followed closely by Fortiafro in second place. Sombush 86 is currently in third. Looks like a tight battle at the front already. Relaxed View is on the move, climbing to fourth place. Shotskis is making a solid push into ninth. Maladox FCF is also climbing, now in 10th after overtaking 6 cars. Cloudsurfer 69 just made a bold move and is now in first place. BOR is climbing fast and is now in 11th. Aussie Wolfgamingone 1899 and Cloudsurfer 69 are nose to tail for the lead. Looks like a showdown is brewing. JC Productions is on fire, moving up to 5th place. Maldoc CFTF is also making moves, climbing to 7th. Aussie Wolfgamingone 1899 is having a tough time, dropping back to 9th. Shotskis is on a roll, climbing 6 places to 2nd. Aussie Wolfgamingone 1899 is dropping like a stone, falling 12 spots to 21st. Silver Gaming is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 8th. Relaxed View is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 5 cars. Portage Place 58 is also on the rise, taking 11th place after passing 3 cars. The UART is gaining ground, moving to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wolfgang 1899, is making a charge, climbing 4 spots to 15. Shotskis is also on the move, passing 3 cars to reach 17. Event Sarogai is closing the gap on Maya by 1.5 seconds, so keep an eye on that chase. GC Productions is on a tier up front, overtaking 9 cars to claim the lead. Wolfgang 1899 is making a solid push, climbing 3 spots to 12. Shotskis is also on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. Epic Sugar is closing in on Shotskis, just 9 seconds behind now. BioArt is on a roll, climbing up 3 spots to 17. Icar 77 is also making moves, grabbing 3 positions to 18. Dr. Monkey 13 is closing in on Epic Sugar fast, cutting the gap by 7.2 seconds. Lotusos just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. The E4 also gained 1 position, now sitting in 5th. Prodigy Place 58 is closing in on Maldux FCF with a 1.7 second gap. Shotskis has moved up 1 place to 9. I am climbing 2 spots to 10. BioArt is climbing nicely to 14th place. Amy is also making moves up to 16. The race for 15th is heating up with Amy and JC Productions neck and neck. Epic Sugar is in the 13th position with a McLaren MP 415. Their race looks pretty uneventful so far. No lap times or overtakes to speak of. Wolfgang 1899 just moved up 1 spot to take the 20th position. Relaxed view. And Wolfgang 1899 are nose to tail for that 20th spot. So expect some fireworks soon. The Vots 84 is climbing to 4th place. Maldux FCF is now in 5th. Prodigy Plays 58 has moved into 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Prodigy Plays 58 is closing in on Maldux FCF, cutting the gap by a full second. Shotskis has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Wow! Forty Afro really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest in the bunch now. Wow. Afro really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations. That was some serious driving skills there. I guess all those practice laps paid off, huh? Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Alright, here's a fun tidbit for you. The 1996 F1 cars were known for their incredible power and sometimes unpredictable handling, which made races quite the roller coaster. Interestingly, the engines could produce around 780 horsepower, giving these cars some serious speed. But the real kicker is, they were also a bit temperamental at times, almost like the cars had a mind of their own. So, driving them was as much about skill as it was about keeping your cool. Time's almost up, everyone. Make your final picks or you're stuck with whatever the AI has decided. Hurry up and choose before it's too late. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Tyrrell 024 from 1996 has a reputation for being a bit of a wild card. Sometimes tricky to handle but capable of surprising you. On the other hand, the Minardi M195B is known for its simplicity and charm. But let's be honest, it's not exactly a speed demon compared to the Tyrrell. Considering car choice and then the track layout of Watkins Glen Boot, I'd say Fesky's has a slight edge here. The Tyrrell's design might give it the upper hand in cornering and acceleration. But hey, with these two, it's anyone's race. They both have their quirks, so I wouldn't be surprised if the underdog pulls off a miracle. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, race is kicking off at Watkins Glen Boot, and Unconi Buddy on pole in that classic 1996 Benetton B196. Time to see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the AI has other plans. Unconi Buddy has taken the lead right out of the gate. Bunny Softdoom is in second place, trying to chase him down. Vargala Svet is currently in third, hanging on but already a bit behind the front runners. Bunny Doom and Unconi Buddy are nose to tail at the front. Raditsa Roactive Vixen just gained one spot, and is now in fifth. Shron and Redizero Active Vixen are battling hard for fourth place. Vargala Svet has climbed to second place. Radizero Active Vixen is now in third. Dilmwolf has made a nice jump to fourth. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just edged up to 7th place. Anixagorax is right behind in 8th. They're neck and neck, so expect some fireworks soon. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 14th place. Mr. Wolf J is also moving up to 16th place. Justin Gilks and Mr. Wolf J are nose-to-nose for 16th place. Schmerzenliebe and Anaxagorax are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Big Boy Bets and Lucky Bird are locked in a fierce fight for 18th. Amy and Ed Slay are trading paint for 20th. Bunnies Off Doom and DJ and Wolf are neck and neck for 4th place. Schmerzenliebe just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Asheron 192 and Anaxagorax are trading paint for 9th. Asherona 92 is climbing up to 8th place. Lebis 3 is inching closer to Maya for 11th. Looks like a fun little scrap for that spot. Elitsidona 1095 is climbing to 12th place. Aethoplasm is now in 13th place. Mr. Wolf J is making his way to 15th place. Justin Gilks just made a move on Amy and Amy is holding her ground. Fun Body Notes. And Ed Slayer nose to tail for 21st. Squat Bender and Kazuma Girl are still neck and neck for 25th. Joan Wolf is closing in on Radazero Active Vixen, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They're battling hard for 3rd place. Schmerzenliebe just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Bunnies of Doom is closing in on DJ Lone Wolf. Just a second behind now. They're battling hard for the 4th spot. Meanwhile, Shron and Bunnies of Doom are nose to tail for 5th place. Archerona 92 and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to nose for 8th place. Amy and Justin Gilks are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. Kasuma Girl and Amy are battling it out for 20th. Connor Malady is on the move, climbing fast to 24th place. Beskis is gaining ground, now in 20th. Amy is dropping back down to 30. Bunnies of Doom and DJ Wolf are nose to nose for 4th place. Pace, AR, and Aetherplasm are locked in a close fight for 14th. Pumpkin Off Glory is climbing up 2 spots to 25th. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 4th place. Rook 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Schmerzenliebe are neck and neck for 7th. Aethoplasm and I are locked in a close fight for 13th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Schmerzenliebe are neck and neck for 7th place. Anaxagorax and Archer 192 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Katsuma Girl and Justin Gilks are battling it out for the 19th spot. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Schmerzenliebe are nose to nose for 7th place. Aethoplasm and Maya are locked in a close fight for 13th. Big Boy Bets just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. Wow, Unconey buddy, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Uncanny Buddy really took the checkered flag in style. Congratulations on the victory. You clearly know your way around the virtual track. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2019 McLaren 720 CT3. It's like the overachiever of the group, blending speed, agility, and a dash of British charm to outmaneuver the competition. Plus, with all that aerodynamic wizardry, it might just make a clean sweep on the Bajkarniki Oval. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't leave me hanging with all these options and no one to root for. You know how I love a good race, so make your choice quick. Alright, so we have Mr. Roche in a 2016 Radical RXC Turbo G3, and strutting Jarl in a 2009 Mercedes-Benz SAM. Gia Radical is known for its agility and racing pedigree, especially with that turbocharged engine and lightweight design. The SLS AMG is a powerhouse too, but it's a bit more of a grand tourer than a pure race car. On a track like Bajkarniki Oval, which favors speed and quick maneuvering, I'd put my money on Mr. Roche. The Radical's likely to carve through corners and boost down straights better than the heavier, more luxurious Mercedes. So, my prediction? Mr. Roche will probably take the win, but don't count out strutting Jarl for a good fight. This should be close. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Bajkarniki Oval. Amy's starting on pole in a 2015 Mercedes-AMG GT3. Let's see if she can hold on to that later or if the other cars have a surprise in store. Kadukacho has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Amy is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third for now. The top three are pretty close already. Marty Freeze is slicing through the field, now in 7th place. Maya is climbing steadily, now in 2nd. Looks like Amy and Maya are about to have a serious showdown for 2nd place. That's Alti Serena is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 19. Patsorts is losing ground, dropping 10 places to 21. Jordan F is also having a tough time, falling 6 spots to 23. Aethoplasm is climbing up to 15th place. James Mayo and Aethoplasm are nose to nose for that spot. Oakswell Feed is advancing to 21st. James Mayo just sneaked into the 15th spot. The Critical Egg and Aethoplasm are nose to nose for 16th place. Looks like a close one. Strutting Jal and Amy are nose to nose for 3rd place. Jordan F is chopping down Ogswolfie's lead by 2.7 seconds. The GT3 cars are dominating the top spots with consistent lap times, showing the tracksuits they're handling. Transam cars are struggling to keep pace, likely due to the track's technical demands favoring the GT3's agility. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 5th place. Emerald Tickfern and D8 is sneaking into 7th. Dude Smokey Blunt and Queen Mandar are locked in a close fight for 8th. Aethoplasm just overtook James Mayo and is now in 15th place. They're still close, so expect some more action between those two. Mr. Rush and Marty Freeze are nose to nose for 5th place. Dude Smokey Blunt and Queen Manda are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Jordan F is climbing up to 21st, making a move. Patsorts is really closing the gap on That's Altis Arena. Just 30 seconds behind now. Dude Smokey has gained a spot and is now in 8th place. Yunus Gottlieds has also moved up 1 position to 10th. Dude Smokey Blunt and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to nose for 7th place. The Critical Egg just sneaked up 1 spot to 16th. Yunus Gottlieds just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Queen Manda and Juno Gottlieds are nose to nose, battling for that 9th position. Queen Manda is driving a 2011 McLaren MP 4-12 CG3. She's currently in the 8th place, slightly behind the leaders but holding steady. Looks like a solid race so far. Maya is now just a second behind Sipuvukachu. Queen Manda and Juno Gottlieds are locked in a fierce fight for the 9th place. Unistix has gained a spot and is now 18th. Mr. Roche is driving a Radical RXC Turbo GT3. He's currently in 6th place and has a slowest lap of 40.171 seconds. Looks like he's hanging in there but not quite challenging for the lead. Yama Priest and Queen Manda are battling for 10th place. Bleach Mepsi is gaining fast, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Relaxed View is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be holding a steady pace, just behind the leaders in the Transam class. Volkswagen is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. They are currently in the lead among the Camaro drivers, and in the top 20 overall. Their race looks steady with a fast lap of just over 42 seconds. Wow, Cthulhu took the victory? Guess the monsters are faster than we thought. Well done on the win. Wow, Cthulhu really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that impressive win. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just with AI. Nice job, you definitely earned this victory. Sure thing. Did you know the Vallelunga track is famous for its challenging corners that make even seasoned drivers do a double take? It's like a roller coaster with a twist of Italian style. The track's layout was originally designed to mix high-speed sections with tight turns, so the cars really have to work for their glory here. It's basically the playground for racing geniuses and AI alike. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is about as predictable as a squirrel on caffeine. Since we don't know their skills or experience, I'll just go with my gut and say it'll be a close one. Could be Uncleely Gaming pulling off a surprise, or Kinchu22 stealing the win. My guess. Let's see if luck's on their side today. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Vallelunga with Catgirl TM taking the lead in her classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Looks like she's bringing some vintage flair to this AI showdown. Let's see if she can hold her position. Catgirl TM has taken an early lead. Renault T4 is holding strong in second, and Bunny Soft Doom is right behind in third. Looks like a close battle already. Bunny Soft Doom and Renault T4 are nose to tail for second place. Strutting Jar and Bunny Soft Doom are locked in a fierce fight for third. Squatbender and Mutube are battling it out for fifth. Unknown Tactics is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Just Jeanette is also making moves, now in 8th after passing 3 cars. That chaotic weirdo is gaining ground, now in 11th after overtaking 4 cars. Maya is closing in on the pack, now in 7th place. Amy is just ahead in 6th, but Maya's not giving up. Frank Werty is making a strong push, now in 10th after overtaking 4 cars. Squat Bender is on a tier, overtaking 13 cars to claim the lead. Catgirl TM and Squat Bender are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Uvidus is climbing steadily, just 1 spot behind in 16. Catgirl TM takes the lead at the front of the pack. Rinog T4 just behind in 2nd. Strutting Jarl is closing in on 3rd. The top 3 are really swapping places today. Okinabaka and the Chaotic Weirdo are still neck and neck for 11th place. Necro Phantasm just overtook 1 car to take 18th. Marty Freeze also gained 1 position to sit 19th. Maya is currently in 8th place in her Chevrolet Bel Air. She's holding steady, but no signs of overtaking yet. Looks like a classic battle for position with the others ahead. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 2nd place. Abeta Bloke has moved into 15. Rusna Palm 6 is now in 16. Just Jeanette is making a late push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few spots behind the leader. Mutuba and Bunnies of Doom are nose to tail for 4th place. Maya and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. No one wants to give an inch. Mutuba is climbing nicely into 4th place. Maya is making a move into 6th. Spear-like Hail is inching forward into 19. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya and Amy are nose-to-nose for 6th. The Chaotic Weirdo is closing in on Okinabaka, cutting the gap by a 2.5 seconds. Liru's Cell is climbing up to 11th place. A better bloke is now in 13th place. Rusna Palm 6 has advanced to 14th place. Unclearly Gaming just nudged ahead of Marty Freeze for the 20th spot. Looks like they're neck and neck battling for that position. Just Jeanette and Unknown Tactics are nose to tail in 8th place. Marty Freeze is sneaking up to 19th. Sofik is in the 17th place with a fastest lap of just under 1:32. They're hanging around the middle of the pack, but their lap times suggest they're not quite on the pace of the leaders. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Renault T4 is inching closer to Strutting Jarl, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Just Jeanette has climbed 1 spot to take 8th place. Francorti has also moved up one spot to sit in 9th. Unknown Tactics is having a rough time dropping 9 places to 19. Bunnysoft Doom is climbing steadily to take 4th. Bunnysoft Doom and Rinum T4 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Looks like a close fight. Wow, Catgirl TM just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Catgirl TM for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Definitely showing some serious skills out there. I guess all those late night practice sessions paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Hey everyone! It looks like that's just a quick pit stop for the stream. We'll be back in a few minutes, so grab a snack or stretch your legs. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. The racing action will pick up right where we left off.